Order. The clerk will now proceed to read the title of the private bill set down for today.
Royal Albert Hall Bill, Lords, report stage.
Report stage what day?
Monday the 27th of April, Mr Speaker.
Monday the 27th of April. Motion relating to the City of London Markets Bill. The Chairman of Ways and Means. Chair.
I beg to move, Mr Speaker.
The question is on the order paper is made. The opinion say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to a motion relating to the Royal Albert Hall Bill. Chairman of Ways.
Objection taken.
Objection taken. Motion will be taken what day?
Monday the 27th of April, Mr Speaker.
Monday the 27th of April. Right. Thank you, Chair of Ways and Means. We now come to questions. Secretary of State for Wales, Peter Swallow.
Question 1, please, Mr Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Speaker. And if I may, can I send congratulations to Cardiff City on their promotion at the weekend. The Government is putting Wales at the heart of our clean energy mission. Just this month, Great British Energy Nuclear signed a contract with Rolls-Royce to deliver the UK's first SMRs at Wilver, creating 3,000 jobs in North Wales and thousands more across the supply chain. That's on top of the £64 million government investment to transform the port of Port Talbot into the first floating offshore wind port in the Celtic Sea.
Peter Swallow.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The war in Iran has put into stark contrast the vital importance of clean energy for the UK. From Bracknell to Bangor, we've all seen the effects on our bills. Can the Secretary of State update the House on the role that clean energy is playing in Wales and its importance for the future of Wales?
Can I thank my honourable friend for his question? He's absolutely right, because achieving energy independence is crucial for Wales, and we will be better off because of it, with more jobs created and bringing bills down. It's why we've made the investments in Port Talbot and at Wilver that I mentioned. The Greens oppose Wilver and would scrap the 3,000 jobs it will bring. Plaid are silent on it because they can't agree amongst themselves whether they support it. Labour is the only party working to achieve energy independence, create thousands of jobs and bring down bills.
Easton.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Will the Minister agree that while we commend Wales for its impressive clean energy oversupply, we should focus on the lessons it offers for upgrading infrastructure across Wales and the rest of the United Kingdom?
Clearly, we need to continue our drive to invest more in energy infrastructure. We will only deliver that energy independence through the building of infrastructure. That's why we've made the announcements on grid, on infrastructure and on planning over the last few weeks.
David Chadwick, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Since coming to power, time and time again, this government has failed to stand up for Welsh interests. And nowhere has that been more obvious than in mid-Wales, where Oliver Milliken and his company Bute Energy would like to build a series of energy parks that encircle our military training bases, impede our farmers' access to their land, and do great damage to our local tourist industry. So will she take this opportunity to tell Oliver and Bute Energy that they are not welcome in Wales because we are fed up of being exploited?
The simple fact is that those who oppose the building of renewable energy infrastructure risk blocking investment and job creation, whilst at the same time making their own constituents' bills more expensive. Upgrading and expanding the electricity network isn't optional, it's a national imperative, and we cannot afford to delay. He's asked me a question, you might want to listen to the answer.
Andrew Rosner.
Question 2, Mr Speaker.
We are delivering the biggest sustained increase in defence spending since the Cold War, investing £270 billion over this Parliament. Our £50 million defence growth deal in Wales puts us front and centre to lead the way in 21st century autonomous defence technology, which, alongside supporting our thriving defence sector, will deliver thousands of skilled, well-paid jobs and help keep our country safe.
Mr Speaker, the Minister will be aware of the excellent potential of the defence sector in Wales. She will also be aware, however, that the United Kingdom under this government is woefully unprepared and uniquely vulnerable to global and geopolitical threats. So, what steps is she taking to ensure that her department works with the Ministry of Defence in prioritising British firms in Wales over foreign suppliers so that we strengthen British capabilities and skilled Welsh jobs rather than offshoring our security and our jobs to strategic competitors and, even worse, our enemies?
To be quite frank with you, Mr. Speaker, the hypocrisy is astounding. It is incredulous.
Obviously, we can't use hypocrisy against the honourable member. He would never dream of it. Come on.
It is incredulous that the member opposite questions this government's commitment when the former leader of Reform in Wales, Nathan Gill, is serving 10 years in prison for accepting Russian bribes. I am sure that Gill will be cheering on his close friends in Reform from the comfort of his prison cell as we approach the Senedd elections. Meanwhile, this Labour government is getting on to continue to act in the national interest.
Ruth Jones, Chair of the Select Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Welsh Affairs Select Committee has a great interest in the future of the defence manufacturing industry in Wales because the defence sector is such a major driver in Wales's manufacturing economy and provides many well-paid jobs, including General Dynamics in Oakdale in my constituency. The sector is also central to maintaining the UK's national security. So can the Minister provide an indication of how the government plans to help grow this vital sector in Wales?
Can I thank my honourable friend for her question and also the important work that she and her committee do. Our Wales Defence Growth Deal will drive innovation and it will also create thousands of high-skilled jobs right across Wales. So, whilst the parties opposite hollow out and dismantle our armed forces for 14 years, or they play with Putin, or they plot to leave NATO, it is this government that is taking action, investing in defence, ensuring that Wales is leading the way on future defence technology.
Can I welcome you into the dispatch box, Shadow Minister John Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know whether to stand at the dispatch box or on it. Mr. Speaker, for want of a horseshoe nail, the kingdom was lost. The defence of our country today rests on modern nail makers, the SMEs supplying small but vital parts for frigates, fighter jets and for our fighting men and women. The endless delay to this Labour government's defence investment plan means companies have no certainty about orders. Jobs, good jobs, from Pembrokeshire to Prestatyn, hang in the balance. What pressure is the Secretary of State bringing to bear on Cabinet colleagues in MOD and Treasury to keep Welsh jobs and indeed this United Kingdom from being lost?
Again, Mr. Speaker, just the cheek of the party opposite. 14 years in power, and what did they do but hollow out our armed forces and defences, failing to develop any proper plan for our defence industry? It is this government that is taking action, delivering the biggest sustained increase in spending since the Cold War. We are working at pace to finalise a defence investment plan, ensuring it's robust, ensuring it supports the development of both current and future capabilities. We, as opposed to the party opposite, in 14 years, are investing in our defence.
Steve Witherden.
Number 3, please, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I will answer questions 3, 7, 12 and 13 together. We know that the conflict in the Middle East is placing pressure on the cost of living and household bills, including those in rural communities. And that's why this government is providing £3.8 million to the Welsh Government to support households in Wales who use heating oil.
Steve Witherden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This month, the UK Labour Government formally lifted the two-child limit benefiting nearly 70,000 children in Wales and 2,270 children in my constituency, Montgomeryshire and Glyndŵr. I'm enormously proud that Labour is lifting hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty, while the other parties in Wales promise spending cuts and tax rises on working families. Would the Secretary of State update the House on what this policy means for the future of Wales?
My honourable friend is proud, and I am too, of the steps that both our UK and Welsh Labour governments have and are taking to support children and families with the cost of living. Scrapping the two-child limit, providing 50 million free school meals since 2022, creating 100,000 apprenticeships and devolving £20 million to the Welsh Government to help more young people into work. Contrast Labour's record with Plaid's admission that they'll cut child poverty budgets and they plan to hike taxes on working families. Labour is the only party on the side of Welsh families.
Ed Dugan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In just 2 weeks' time, the people of Wales will have an opportunity to elect a government that genuinely cares about child poverty in Wales, Plaid Cymru. In Scotland, the Scottish Government's child payment has helped 407,000 children be protected from UK poverty, and Plaid Cymru will do the same thing if they prevail on the 7th of May. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that Labour's fag-end administration in Wales has come to an end? Plaid Cymru's time has come, and not a moment too soon for the people of Wales.
I don't think he can have been listening when I mentioned in my answer to my honourable friend earlier about the fact that Plaid have admitted that they will cut the budget on child poverty. The Institute for Fiscal Studies have been clear that Plaid would have to make spending cuts or raise taxes to pay for their unfunded manifesto pledges. And at some point before the 7th of May, their leader's going to have to come clean on what they're going to do.
Brilliant Harris.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. With almost 170,000 workers in Wales benefiting from Labour's successive increases to the national minimum and living wages, families across the country, including many of my constituents, will now be better off. Despite resistance from opposition parties, this government has shown its commitment to tackling the cost of living crisis and supporting working people. So could the Secretary of State update the House on how these changes and the Employment Rights Act will benefit people in my constituency and across Wales?
I thank my honourable friend for her question. We promised we would be a government for working people, and that's exactly what we've done. Our industrial strategy set to support tens of thousands of jobs, new jobs across Wales, more employment support for people to help them to get into work, increases to the national minimum and living wages, and strengthening rights and protections at work, making work pay more secure and fair through our Employment Rights Act. New jobs created, better jobs, higher wages, all because of this Labour government.
Bill Jones.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Free school meals for children, our universal credit uplift and up to £575 more on the state pension, thanks to protecting the triple lock, are all great examples of how Labour governments at both ends of the M4 are helping with the cost of living. But can the Secretary of State update the House on the steps that the government is taking to ensure that in the future nobody gets trapped in a cycle of poverty, whether in my constituency of Merthyr Tydfil and Aberdare or indeed across the country?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. Now, whether it's children, young families or pensioners, young people, families or pensioners, this Labour government is determined to tackle the cost of living both for his constituents and for all our constituents. We inherited a broken welfare system from the Conservatives that has failed people and trapped them in a cycle of poverty, and we will not allow that to continue. So that's why we're helping people into work with new employment programmes, increasing universal credit for those who need support, 700,000 pensioners being helped with a state pension rise, as he mentioned. We are absolutely laser-focused on tackling the cost of living.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for that? Labour has done much for addressing the issue of child poverty, for example, but the issue of heating oil and fuel and red diesel, it's the same in Wales as it is in Northern Ireland and indeed across this great United Kingdom. The price of red diesel for farmers in the rural locations, the price of red diesel for the fishing sector, and the price of diesel for HGV lorries. So what's the Minister doing to help those three sectors to ensure that the economy can survive. If they do that in Wales, then they'll have to do it in Northern Ireland as well.
I thank my honourable friend for acknowledging the work that this government has done on the cost of living. He mentions red diesel. That continues to benefit from an 80% tax discount, which is saving farmers almost £300 million a year. We've already brought in a 5p fuel duty cut from this month until September. We've raised industry concerns about red diesel prices, and I know that my colleague has also met with farming unions about red diesel. We have looked at price transparency with the Competitions and Market Authority, and we are keeping everything under careful review.
Shadow Secretary of State, Mims Davis.
Well, let's have some reality, because it's Labour's cost of living crisis which is hitting families across Wales. It's vital both governments do all it takes to ease these pressures, yet the Welsh Labour government still chooses to spend over £100 million on more politicians, tens of millions on a default 20-mile-per-hour speed limit, and vanity embassies abroad, and millions on tree planting in Uganda. Mr. Speaker, these are not the priorities of struggling families. Will the Secretary of State finally condemn the wasteful spending of taxpayers' money and admit these schemes do not address the cost of living crisis in Wales?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm really surprised that the honourable member has raised the issue of the expansion of the Senedd, because the accepted rationale of those who support the expansion is because it was necessary to improve scrutiny of the Welsh Government. What a terrible indictment of the inadequate performance of her party, whose job it has been, as the opposition in the Senedd for the last 27 years, to carry out that scrutiny.
Liz Savile-Roberts.
Iawn, Lefarydd. Families in Wales under Labour are struggling. Inflation on bills, wages flatlining, and childcare costs are higher there than anywhere else in the UK. Plaid Cymru's universal childcare offer would be a game changer. At full rollout, this universal offer will be worth more than £30,000 per child, and it has been independently assessed as both affordable and deliverable. Does she recognise how Labour's chronic lack of ambition are keeping families in Wales in poverty?
Plaid's manifesto, and specifically their childcare policy that she refers to, exposes the fact that they are not on the side of working people in Wales. They're not serious about tackling the cost of living. The Institute for Fiscal Studies has been clear that Plaid would have to make spending cuts or raise taxes to pay for their unfunded manifesto pledges. And that's at a time when families are dealing with the cost of living. They'll be hiking taxes and slashing spending on child poverty, which will make families worse off. Families in Wales deserve better than a manifesto of economic fiction.
Liz Savile-Roberts.
The Secretary of State's tight-lipped quibbling is just an excuse, a shadow of an apology for what her party has failed to do for being in power for the last 27 years. And it's no surprise to anybody that voters are ready for a change. Last night's YouGov poll shows that Plaid Cymru and Reform UK are neck and neck in Wales, with Labour trailing far behind. Will she accept that a vote for Labour on May the 7th risks handing power to Reform UK, who will wreck our NHS, and recognise that only Plaid Cymru can stop this?
The answer to that question is no.
Borough Clerk.
Question 4, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Creating high-quality jobs across Wales is a priority for this government. Wales is now punching above its weight in attracting investment, with 65 new foreign direct investment projects creating nearly 2,500 jobs in 2024 to 2025. That includes over 500 jobs in North Wales from Erin Holdings, Knauf Insulation and Kellogg's, alongside hundreds more in South Wales, driven by Vichy's £250 million semiconductor cluster investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of the issues which sets Labour apart from the parties opposite is the sheer number of jobs, new jobs we are creating in priority areas like tech, like defence and our green industries. In constituencies like mine in Enfield North, across Wales and the rest of the UK. So can the Secretary of State update the House on the new jobs being created in Wales and the opportunities this will provide for every family?
I thank my honourable friend for recognising the scale of opportunities and new jobs that this government is creating in Wales and across the UK. So whether it's 3,000 jobs in new nuclear, 5,000 jobs in floating offshore wind, 8,000 jobs in our 2 AI growth zones, 12,000 jobs in our historic £14 billion commitment for Welsh Rail, and 25,000 jobs in our free ports and investment zones, we are delivering generational change for people in Wales.
Rebecca Smith.
Mr. Speaker, in Wales, the South West and across the UK, nearly 1 million young people are not in education, employment or training. Labour's jobs tax, failed welfare reforms and damaging energy policies will worsen this crisis. Does the Minister recognise that when the Labour government's first response to any crisis is to tax business, they stop hiring, and it is young people in Wales who suffer most?
The Honourable Lady might like to know that unemployment in Wales is lower than the UK average and has fallen from this time last year. Youth unemployment is also lower than the UK average, and it shows that our plan to boost the Welsh economy is working. We're creating jobs, helping people into jobs right across Wales.
Show Secretary of State Minns Davies.
The bedrock of our country's defence rests on our crucial membership of NATO. The defence industry in Wales employs more than 15,000 people, well-paid and important roles. Yet the separatists Plaid, along with the Greens, oppose full membership of this deterrent, whilst Reform bizarrely claim all sorts of things like blaming NATO for provoking war in Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, will the Secretary of State stand up for NATO, more Welsh defence jobs and for the thousands in Welsh communities that rely on growing employment in this crucial sector?
That's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. I refer the Honourable Lady to the answers given on the questions relating to defence earlier in this session.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 5, please.
The Prime Minister has announced a generational funding commitment to Welsh Rail and a pipeline of projects valued at £14 billion. This long-term plan will transform connectivity across Wales, and we will deliver at pace, building on the strong start of at least £445 million of investment secured at the spending review.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for that answer. The UK Labour government's generational commitment to a £14 billion pipeline of rail projects in every part of Wales is a clear demonstration of what can be achieved when 2 Labour governments are working together, and the investment from the spending review has resulted in upgrades at Cardiff West Junction, which is set to double City Line services, benefiting stations in my constituency. But incredibly, Plaid have promised to tear up this much-needed plan and start again. So would the Minister update the House and myself on the impact Labour's rail investment for Wales will have for my constituents and for the people of Wales?
Can I thank my honourable friend for pointing this out? The UK and Welsh Labour government's £14 billion plan for rail unlocks and delivers the transport network that Wales needs and deserves, bringing 12,000 jobs, boosting our economy and making journeys faster and more frequent. And there is a plan of 43 projects for every corner of Wales, including burn stations in the southeast, electrification to Holyhead, the Swansea Metro, the Marches Line. While parties opposite want to put these plans on hold, the reality is our 2 Labour governments are working together to deliver transformational change for the people of Wales.
And Davies.
Diolch yn fawr, Mr Llefarydd. Labour Senedd manifesto makes no mention of the billions of HS2 funding owed to Wales. Welsh Labour have given up on the argument, as the Secretary of State did after she took office. HS2 no longer exists, were her words. Can the Minister please explain why Wales isn't having fair funding for rail?
I don't know if the member opposite heard my answer just now, talking about £14 billion of commitment across Wales, which the party opposite, and I'm sure she doesn't agree with her party's plan to rip up this £14 billion commitment to rails, robbing Wales and our communities of a generation of rail investment, connecting communities and delivering jobs right across Wales.
Catherine Vokes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Question 6.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This government is creating tens of thousands of high-quality jobs across Wales, from offshore wind in the Celtic Sea, nuclear power at Wilver, AI growth zones, free ports, investment zones, rail enhancements, a defence growth deal and the steel strategy. Our vision for economic growth in Wales is unashamedly ambitious and is already delivering results.
Folks. I was pleased to see the Secretary of State and the First Minister launch the Local Growth Fund in Wales this week, and to boost jobs and investment in local economies. This is on top of the local Welsh placemaking grant funding and the UK Government's Pride in Place funding, which gives £1.5 million to my constituency, which will improve 6 Monmouthshire towns. Will the Secretary of State update the House on how our two Labour governments are working together to invest in our Welsh communities?
My honourable friend, Mr Speaker, is right. My honourable friend is right that this Labour government's over £500 million local growth fund will fuel economic growth in every corner of Wales. It will support people to start and to grow their businesses. It will help people to secure new skills and jobs. It will revitalise Welsh communities. And it's a great example of what can be achieved with two Labour governments working together.
One way to support growth in Wales and indeed in Shropshire is to support the Wrexham, Shropshire and Midland Railway Company open access application to the Office and Rail and Road. So would the Secretary of State make a commitment today, similar to that of the Transport Secretary, that the government will not get in the way of this application and allow growth in both Shropshire and in Wales and in the border market towns?
I have to apologise to the honourable member. I didn't hear the first part of his question, but I'm very happy to chat with him afterwards, or if he writes me, and I'll give him a full answer.
Before we come to Prime Minister's questions, may I extend a warm welcome to the Speaker of the Latvian Parliament and her delegation who are with us in the gallery today. We now come to questions to the Prime Minister. Mike Wood.
Question 1, Mr Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, Queen Elizabeth II devoted her life to public service. As we mark the 100th anniversary of her birth, I'm delighted her extraordinary reign will be marked by a permanent memorial. Mr Speaker, in recent days, we've seen a series of despicable anti-Semitic arson attacks. With additional funding to deploy specialist officers, a fundamental reset of how we counter extremism, an action to tackle the poison of anti-Semitism in our schools, our colleges and the NHS. We will do everything in our power to keep British Jews safe. And I'm sure the whole House will join me in standing with our Jewish community. There is no place in British life for anti-Semitism. Mr Speaker, today my thoughts are also with the family of Stephen Lawrence, murdered in a racist attack 33 years ago today. We honour his legacy in the fight against racism and providing opportunity for every young person. Mr Speaker, this morning I had meetings with Ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Can the Prime Minister deny that Downing Street considered appointing Matthew Doyle to a diplomatic position?
Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, Matthew Doyle worked for many years in public service, for me as Prime Minister and other ministers. When people leave roles in any organisation, there are often conversations about other roles they want to apply for, but nothing came of this.
Today marks the murder, the racist murder of my friend's brother, Stephen Lawrence. Tomorrow is St George's Day. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that now, more than ever, we need to tell the story, the positive story, of Englishness, founded in who we are and not of who the far right would like us to be?
Can I thank him for raising this? Of course, it was 33 years ago today that awful murder took place. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to have worked alongside Baroness Lawrence for many years now. She is an incredibly courageous and inspiring campaigner, notwithstanding all of the injustices that have been thrown to her in the last 33 years. We do celebrate St George's Day, we fly our flag, we celebrate this country's values of service, generosity and respect. They, Mr. Speaker, are English values, which is why I love this country so much. There are those that seek to divide us, who tell us people are not welcome and try to rip our communities apart. We will never let them, Mr. Speaker. We stand together, united, and against any challenges that we may face.
Timmy Bear, not the leader of the opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Prime Minister stand by his statement at the dispatch box on the 10th of September last year that full due process was followed in the appointment of Peter Mandelson as our ambassador to Washington?
Yes, I do. Mr. Speaker, let me make clear at the outset that the appointment itself was a mistake. It was my mistake. I've apologised to the victims for it, and I do so again. What I set out to the House on Monday is that Foreign Office officials granted security clearance to Mandelson against the recommendation of UK security vetting. Yesterday, Sir Ollie Robbins was asked if he shared that decision with me, Number 10, or any other ministers. He gave a clear answer, no. Mr. Speaker, that puts to bed all the allegations levelled at me by those opposite in relation to dishonesty. Last week they were all saying that it must have been shared with me. Sir Ollie was very clear yesterday it was not. I believe not sharing it was a serious error of judgment. That information should have been shared with me and other ministers. And if it had have been, Mandelson would not have been committed to post.
Mr. Speaker, it does not put to bed anything. On the 11th of November 2024, long before any vetting had happened, the Prime Minister received advice from Simon Case, the then Cabinet Secretary. The advice said the appointment would require, and I quote, the necessary security clearances before confirming the Prime Minister's choice. This advice was ignored. So how can the Prime Minister still believe that confirming Mandelson before the security clearances was following full due process?
Mr. Speaker, this was looked into by Sir Chris Wormold. I asked him to review the appointment process, including the vetting. He confirmed, Mr. Speaker, his words, appropriate processes were followed. She's put great weight on the order of events. I remind her what Sir Chris said last November in evidence to the House. He said this, and I quote, when we are making appointments from outside the civil service, the normal thing is for security clearance to happen after appointment, but before the person signs a contract and takes up post. That is what happened in this case. Sir Ollie Robbins himself, Mr. Speaker, also gave evidence, and he said, and I quote, as is normally the case with external appointments in his department, the appointment was made subject to obtaining security clearance. Mr. Speaker, on top of that, Sir Ollie Robbins has made clear that the fact that developed vetting was after announcement made, in his words, no material difference to the conclusion that was reached. And Mr. Speaker, I add this, that what Sir Ollie Robbins wrote to the committee yesterday was this, and I quote, when the Prime Minister informed the House that the proper process had been followed in respect of national security vetting, he was correct.
It's very interesting that he mentions Chris Wormold. He is relying on advice given to him after Mandelson was sacked by a cabinet secretary the Prime Minister then sacked. That is not relevant. I'm talking about the advice he was given before the appointment. He keeps mentioning Sir Ollie Robbins. Sir Ollie Robbins told us that the Prime Minister even sought clearance from His Majesty the King before the vetting. He'd already got agreement from the US administration. The chair of the Select Committee said that. Mandelson was a done deal. Yesterday, Sir Ollie Robbins said that the focus was on getting Mandelson out to Washington quickly. He said the Prime Minister's team showed a dismissive attitude to vetting. And they even argued Peter Mandelson didn't need any vetting at all. This clearly wasn't proper process. Why was due process not followed?
Mr. Speaker, let me deal with this directly, particularly this question of pressure in relation to the decision to appoint and to put into post Peter Mandelson. So Ollie Robbins could not have been clearer in his evidence yesterday. He said this: I didn't feel under pressure personally in terms of my judgment. His words. Mr. Speaker, he went on to say, I have complete confidence that recommendations to me and the discussions we had and the decision we made were rigorously independent of any pressure. Mr. Speaker, on top of that, he was asked if any conversations led him to believe that Mandelson needed to take up the role regardless of vetting outcome. He said, I can say with certainty it was never put to me in that way. No pressure existed whatsoever in relation to this case. What is unacceptable is that the recommendation of UKSV was not given to me before Mandelson took up his post.
Mr. Speaker, we all heard what Sir Ollie Robbins said yesterday. The fact of the matter is that the Prime Minister spent a lot of time telling us just how furious he was to learn that Mandelson failed the vetting, the same Prime Minister who was trying to get into Washington without any vetting at all. It's just unbelievable. The reason the Cabinet Secretary advised the Prime Minister to carry out full vetting before the appointment, this is common sense, Mr. Speaker, carry out full vetting before the appointment, was to protect our national security. The due diligence document said Mandelson remained on the board of the Kremlin-linked defence company Sistema long after Putin's first invasion of Ukraine in 2014. The Prime Minister told us on Monday that he'd read that due diligence report. Why did the Prime Minister want to make a man with links to the Kremlin our ambassador in Washington?
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me deal with the first allegation she put in that question. It was always the case that would be developed vetting in this case. That was the understood process. That was carried out. It was reviewed by Sir Chris Wormold, and he said it was the appropriate process. Sir Ollie was absolutely clear that nobody put pressure on him to make this appointment, either, whatever the sequence, or developed a vetting. In relation to what was in the due process, any issues of national security are dealt with in the developed vetting process. I knew that. Peter Mandelson received clearance through that process. The problem was, as I said to the House, I was unaware that UKSV recommended against clearance. That is information that should have been brought to my attention. Mr. Speaker, they recommended with red flags that there shouldn't be clearance, and it was high concern. That information should have been made available to me at the time and subsequently. The fact that it wasn't was a very serious error of judgment.
I don't know what planet the Prime Minister is on, Mr. Speaker. Appointing someone with known links to the Kremlin is not full due process. If anybody had brought that sort of name to me when I was a Secretary of State, I would have said, no way. Absolutely. The Prime Minister thought someone with Kremlin links was still probably okay. Let's do some vetting. Why does this matter? He keeps leaning on Sir Ollie Robbins, a man he sacked. He keeps leaning on him. Sir Ollie Robbins said yesterday that Peter Mandelson was given access to highly classified briefings even before he'd received clearance. That was a clear national security risk. How can the Prime Minister still maintain that full due process was followed?
Mr. Speaker, as a member of the House of Lords and Privy Councillor, and in accordance with guidance, documentation could have been provided to him and was provided to him. Strap material comes after developed vetting, but because he was a Privy Councillor, he could have access to other material before developed vetting.
This is a joke. He says a member of the House of Lords. Does he mean people like Matthew Doyle? Yeah. I'm amazed. Yes, right. I am amazed at the level of chuntering from Labour MPs. He promised them probity. What he's given them is cronyism and an old boys' club where Matthew Doyle is being proposed as an ambassador. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Mr. Speaker, we all heard Sir Ollie Robbins' testimony yesterday. The head of the Foreign Office was sacked for the Prime Minister's own failings. His backbenchers know that is not fair. Even his most loyal cabinet members won't defend it. The Prime Minister did not follow the process the Cabinet Secretary set out in November 2024. He knows he did not follow due process, yet he told the House he had. Mr. Speaker, I cannot accuse the Prime Minister of deliberately misleading the House, but everyone can see what has happened here. This was not due process. Everyone knows the price of misleading the House. Will the Prime Minister finally take responsibility and go?
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's be absolutely clear. Before Mandelson took up his post, UKSV recommended with red flags that clearance should be denied, and there was high concern that that was not brought to my attention or the attention of the Foreign Secretary at the time or subsequently is a very serious error of judgment, and anyone in my position would have lost confidence in the former Permanent Secretary. But, Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition claimed on Friday that Mandelson could not have been cleared against security advice. She was wrong about that. She said that ministers must have been told. She was wrong about that. She claimed there was deliberate dishonesty. She was wrong about that. Wrong. She rushed to judgment as she always did, just like the Iran war. Mr. Speaker, I was elected by the British people because they let the country down for 14 long years. Whatever she says, whatever noise they make, nothing is going to distract me from delivering for our country.
In contrast to the preoccupations of the Leader of the Opposition, my constituents are more concerned with the NHS and waiting lists. Thanks to this government, across England, waiting lists are coming down. In my part of the country, waiting lists have fallen by 13,000 in the past year alone. After years of Tory failure, we're getting the NHS back on its feet. Can the Prime Minister share with me what further plans we've got to get waiting lists down even more and to make sure that we've once again got a health service to be proud of?
Well, the party opposite should hang their heads in shame at the state they left our NHS in. And I'm proud that this Labour government is fixing our NHS across the country. Waiting lists, Mr. Speaker, the lowest for 3 years. Best A&E waiting times for 5 years. Fastest ambulance response times for half a decade. Cancer patients getting diagnosed in the shortest time on record. Lots done, more to do. That's why we're delivering neighbourhood health centres in every community to speed up care. We did that because we invested. What did they do? They broke the NHS and then they opposed the investment that we put in.
David, Leader of the Liberal Democrats.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I associate myself and my party with the comments of the Prime Minister on our wonderful late Queen? And can I also agree with him on the need to confront anti-Semitism wherever it is in our society, and also remembering Stephen Lawrence and his family? Mr. Speaker, I'm sure many of us in this House were shocked by the new revelations from Ollie Robbins yesterday. He said Number 10 told him to find a plum job for Matthew Doyle, another Labour crony friends with a convicted sex offender. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister was asked on Monday whether Number 10 had proposed any political appointments other than Mandelson. Perhaps the last few hours have jogged his memory. Will he confirm today, did he know his office was lobbying for a diplomatic job for Matthew Doyle? And were they doing it on his authority?
Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, Matthew Doyle worked for many years in public service, for me as Prime Minister and other ministers. When people leave roles in any organisation, there are very often conversations about other roles they may want to apply for. In this case, nothing came of it.
Sir Ed Davey.
Mr. Speaker, the House and the public watching will note the Prime Minister failed to answer my questions. But Mr. Speaker, the chaos in this government mustn't stop us from focusing on the cost of living crisis hitting our country. President Trump's idiotic war with Iran has already pushed up inflation in our country to 3.3%. And the Prime Minister knows there's far worse to come for the British people here on in. They need help now. So will the Prime Minister follow other countries and use the Treasury's extra revenues from higher fuel prices to cut rail and bus fares and slash prices at the pump by 12p a litre?
Mr. Speaker, everybody can see that the conflict is causing serious economic damage in this country and countries around the world. His claim of a windfall for the government are politically misleading and economically illiterate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, poor housing and temporary accommodation is having a devastating impact on families, their life chances, our schools and communities. Will he put the full weight of government behind ensuring that new developments in London are delivering for Londoners, not private investors and landlords, including on the Billingsgate Market site in my honourable friends Poplar and Limehouse constituencies?
I thank her for a question. We inherited a housing crisis in London, including record numbers of children living in temporary accommodation, because the party opposite failed to build the homes that we need. Mr. Speaker, we're building those homes, and I'm looking forward next week when Labour will deliver more security for tenants through our Renters' Rights Act. Can I commend Hackney Council, her council, on getting on with building affordable homes? What a stark contrast to the Green Party, who proposed 42,000 new homes across the capital and counting.
Mr Fenton Glenn, I'm glad you've found your feet because I could hear you shouting early, so we won't do it next week. Dr Ellie Chance.
Thank you. Mr Speaker, the Prime Minister appointed Mandelson in a desperate and doomed attempt to pander to Donald Trump, despite knowing about his friendship with the paedophile Epstein and his links to foreign states. The Prime Minister resisted and then took a dismissive and extraordinarily incurious attitude to vetting, compromising national security. And now he's thrown a civil servant under the bus to save his own skin. All this from a Prime Minister who pledged to restore trust and integrity in government, but who's repeatedly betrayed the trust of voters and let the country down. Does the Prime Minister not recognise that the best thing he can do to restore trust and integrity is to take true responsibility and resign?
Mr. Speaker, let me just correct what she said. There was no dismissive attitude to develop vetting. I knew the post was subject to develop vetting. It was subject to develop vetting. What didn't happen was that I was told of the UK SV recommendation. That was a serious error of judgment. Had I been told, the appointment wouldn't have gone ahead.
Martin Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency of Glasgow North, local people in Somerston experiencing antisocial behaviour tell me that what makes the greatest difference is visible local police officers on the beat. However, since 2017, local police numbers in Glasgow have fallen by 9%, leaving 214 fewer local officers serving communities. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that visible local policing is essential to tackling antisocial behaviour and restoring confidence in our communities.
My honourable friend, Scotland deserves safer streets and more visible policing. In England and Wales, Mr Speaker, Labour has put 3,000 more neighbourhood police officers on our streets, delivering a named police officer for every neighbourhood. The SNP government has already had 2 decades and record funding to invest in public services. If they knew how to do it, they'd have done it by now, but they haven't.
Mr Speaker, we know that the Prime Minister has been playing fast and loose with the ministerial appointments in his chumocracy, so I want to ask him about the first one. Mr Speaker, their boos mean nothing to me, Mr Speaker. I've seen what makes them cheer. Yes. Jonathan Powell was appointed as the Prime Minister's special envoy to the British Indian Ocean Territories on the 6th of September, but throughout August, he held meetings with FCDO officials and was given access to classified information, including a meeting minute between the Prime Minister and the then Foreign Secretary sat next to him on the front bench today. So my question is very simple. When was Jonathan Powell appointed as the Prime Minister's special envoy to the British Indian Ocean Territory, and what security clearance did he have upon that appointment?
Let me say that Jonathan Powell is doing an excellent job for this government. He is respected across the world and playing a significant part in dealing with the huge challenges that we face.
Jenny Riddle-Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Fertilizer prices are spiralling, and it's not just down to the war in the Middle East. It's also because of the choices of the previous Conservative government who let the UK's last ammonia plant based in Billingham close in 2023. They failed to see it as a nationally critical site that was critical to the UK's food production. And instead, that we are now more reliant on volatile imports. If we don't tackle this head-on, higher fertiliser costs will mean higher food prices in the UK. Can I ask the Prime Minister what this government is doing to support British farmers, and does he agree with me that all options to bring down the cost of fertiliser should be on the table, including securing British homemade ammonia once again in the UK?
Well, clearly the Middle East conflict is placing real pressure on farmers. That's why it's very important that we de-escalate. Today, the UK is hosting military planners as work continues with France and other countries to help get the Strait of Hormuz open once the ceasefire holds. We've instructed the CMA to look more closely at fertiliser and red diesel to ensure farmers are getting a fair deal. We're overhauling regulations around fertiliser to diversify supply. On her particular case, we've also taken the decision to open the carbon dioxide plant in Teesside to protect supplies, because we will always act to secure our economy.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Leaders can delegate responsibility, but we cannot delegate accountability. Lord Carrington learned this in the army, and he lived it as Foreign Secretary when Argentina invaded the Falklands. In 1982, he held himself accountable for the failures of Foreign Office officials and resigned even though he was later cleared of responsibility. Does the Right Honourable Member not believe in ministerial accountability?
Mr Speaker, I've set out in terms what I wasn't told in relation to this process. It's clearly information that I should have been given. A UK SV recommendation with a double red flag should have been brought to my attention. It was a serious error of judgment that it wasn't, and anyone in my position would have taken exactly the decision that I took in relation to the Permanent Secretary.
Foxcroft.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Housing is one of the biggest issues in my constituency. Lewisham Council is working hard to improve this, bringing its housing stock back in-house. Non-decent homes have fallen from 1 in 4 to 1 in 10. The repairs backlog was reduced by almost 2/3, and call waiting times have fallen from 70 minutes to 4. However, leaseholders and those with cladding issues still need support. So can the Prime Minister update the House on what this government is doing in these 2 very vital areas?
Mr Speaker, we're tackling the injustice of leaseholds and fixing building safety, as she rightly highlights, and I thank her for campaigning on this over many, many years. Mr Speaker, we're capping ground rents at £250 to cut costs for almost 4 million leasehold properties. We're investing over £5 billion to remove dangerous cladding, including over £1 billion for social housing. In Lewisham and across the country, I'm determined that everyone should have a safe and secure home.
Lincoln John.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Thursday, a man was arrested in Laleham in my Spelthorne constituency. He'd been approaching children at the primary school, having been warned by the police not to do so. He was taken into police custody and after further examination he was detained under the Mental Health Act. Unbelievably, he was living in an unlicensed HMO supported by the Home Office, a stone's throw from the primary school. What I would like to know, Prime Minister, is who was responsible for the risk assessment that put him there. Was it the Home Office? Was it Spelthorne Borough Council? Who screwed up and who can I hold accountable?
Can I thank him for his question? Obviously, this is a live police investigation, as he will appreciate, and I know the Asylum Minister is looking very closely at this case, and obviously I can provide him with any further information as that emerges. Can I reassure him that all accommodation must meet contractual standards, and the Home Office works with the police to manage all sites safely? Local authorities are consulted prior to any accommodation being procured and can object to any proposal. And where there's strong evidence the site is not suitable, it will not proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the main concerns North Durham residents raise with me is the vitality of local high streets. So I'm delighted that in the last year a series of new independent businesses has opened in Chesterley Street, Front Street. Willow's Bakehouse, Paper and Park Bookshop, Pretty Busy Blooms, Kira Sushi Restaurant, and just this weekend, the Black Rabbit Bar, which I'm looking forward to visiting. Will the Prime Minister join me in congratulating these new businesses and outline the measures he is taking to support further regeneration of our high streets?
I'm delighted to hear about the new businesses in his area. Our high street strategy, backed by £301 million, will set out further plans to rejuvenate high streets across the country. We are putting power into the hands of local communities through our Pride in Place scheme, Mr. Speaker, including £20 million for Stanley South in his constituency. That is only possible because his community has a hard-working Labour MP and a Labour government.
Colin Lockhart.
Mr. Speaker, some 6 months ago in this House I mentioned a little boy called Teddy Jackson. Sadly, Teddy will be forever 7 because he died last week from MLD. MLD is a horrendous condition that stole Teddy's ability to walk, talk and even smile. What makes this tragedy more profound is that here in the UK we have a treatment, we have a cure, but it's only effective if the condition is identified by the simple heel prick at birth and treated immediately, because when symptoms appear, it's too late. Just a few weeks ago, the UK Screening Committee recommended it remain excluded from the heel prick. So we have a treatment, we have a commissioned service in Manchester Royal Hospital, Children's Hospital, but yet children like Teddy are still dying prematurely. Prime Minister, despite all that's going on in the world, I know he is in politics to make a change. In Teddy's memory and in the memory of all those who have died prematurely, make the change and add MLD to the simple heel prick.
I do remember her raising Teddy's case very well, and I'm very saddened to hear of his passing, and I think my thoughts, and I'm sure of the whole House, with his family and his loved ones. And I will do precisely as she asks. I'll make sure that we look at this again in light of the information she's now given to me in the course of this session.
Birthday boy Oliver Wright.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And happy St George's Day for tomorrow too. In Burnley, Padiham and Brownfield, we have a large number of ex-industrial derelict land sites crying out for regeneration and redevelopment. They're blighting communities and many are a fire risk. Our area in Britain needs housing, social, affordable, family, aspirational. We have the sites if he has the will. So will he back my campaign for a new regeneration and house building programme for Burnley, Padiham and Briarfield, tackling these derelict sites to get us building, growing and housing local people?
Can I start by wishing him happy birthday? And I'll make sure ministers meet him to hear more detail about his particular proposal. We are committed to delivering 1.5 million homes this Parliament. We're prioritising development of brownfield sites. Ensuring default answer to brownfield proposals is a yes. We will go further and faster now. Our Planning and Infrastructure Act is now law, despite being opposed by every party opposite. A coalition of blockers.
Tessa Mann.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Prime Minister may be aware that in December, for the first time in over 3 decades, Defence Ministers met the families of those killed in the 1994 RAF Chinook crash on the Moluccan Tower. The Ministry of Defence promised, quote, ongoing dialogue with them. Is he also aware that despite receiving pages of new evidence presented at that meeting, which show the Chinook was not airworthy, the MOD chose not to keep its word and contacted instead the Press Association, saying no new evidence had been presented about the cause of the crash? The Prime Minister knows, because the families have written to him, as the MOD does too, the families are not seeking a public inquiry into the cause of the crash, but to know the reason why their loved ones were placed on board an aircraft which, according to the MOD's own test pilots and engineers, was described as positively dangerous, unairworthy, and not to be relied on in any way whatsoever. And those are quotes. Will he agree to meet the families, to rebuild trust and to offer the promised dialogue the MOD clearly finds so difficult to achieve?
Can I thank her for raising this, and I will make sure this is looked at, again, in light of what she's raised just a moment ago, and I'll make sure that the families get the relevant meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Between 2010 and 2024, the number of children living in poverty increased by 700,000, with Tower Hamlets having one of the highest rates in the country. This Labour government's child poverty strategy will lift over 500,000 children out of poverty. But given the economic pressures caused by external shocks and its impact on the cost of living, there's a long way to go. Does the Prime Minister agree that the government should also look at setting a clear target to end child poverty for good?
Can I start by thanking her for a long record campaigning against child poverty? Child poverty stifles opportunity. It makes it harder for kids to get on in life. And we, this government, will not stand by. This is a moral mission for this government. We will make sure that no child or family is left behind through lifting the 2-child cap, expanding free school meals, free breakfast clubs, extending free childcare. More than 6,000 children in her constituency alone will benefit from the action that we're taking. And what would tourism reform do? They would plunge those children straight back into poverty. That is a disgrace.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, vigils are being held across Westminster for the 22 women who are diagnosed with lobular breast cancer every day. And, Mr. Speaker, I think we're privileged to say that some of those extraordinarily brave women are in the gallery this afternoon. When I raised this issue with the Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology, she promised to take action and not just commit words. So would the Prime Minister today commit to the Lobular Moonshot Project's plan to fund lobular breast cancer?
Can I thank him for drawing the House's attention to the vigils and the campaign, and can I acknowledge those in the gallery who are here today, and I will make sure that this is looked at to see what further we can do and that any relevant meetings are set up.
Rachel Buskell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 1777, Bootham Park Hospital was given in trust to the people of York. Since it closed in 2015, NHS Property Services has squandered £5.5 million, almost its sale price, keeping the building empty and threatening to sell it for a luxury complex our city does not want. This much sought-after community space for charities and services would significantly benefit York residents. So will the Prime Minister now release this site so public land can be used for public good and we get Bootham back?
Well, I know that this site is of huge significance to the people of York, and I understand the site is under offer. Ministers are happy to work with the Council and my honourable friend to find the right deal for the site, taking into account the points she's made.
Sarah Poachin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every day that the Prime Minister fails to act or even acknowledge Pakistani grooming gangs that rape and torture vulnerable white girls, more victims continue to suffer. Whilst he spends his energy forcing friends of paedophiles into top jobs, why not use that energy to stop this national disgrace?
Mr. Speaker, I spent many years prosecuting paedophiles who are now in prison, so I really don't need lectures from Reform about this.
Final question, Sonia Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2022, my constituent, Masi Sibanda, dropped her 14-year-old son, Noah, off to nursery like any other day. Tragically, this will be the last time Massey would see her son alive. A staff member at Fairy Tale Nursery tried to get him to sleep. When Noah resisted, she covered his face with a thick blanket and used her leg to pin him down. The pressure applied to his tiny body was so extreme, it ruptured his colon. Mr. Speaker, no parent should have to endure such unimaginable loss. The sentencing has taken place. Will the PM meet with Massey to discuss how we can ensure that tragedies like this never happen again?
The case she raises is utterly tragic, and as she went through those details, I think we all would have felt the same as I do, that it must be impossible to fathom how the family must feel in relation to this awful and tragic case. I will make sure that all the necessary meetings are set up in the way that she has asked for.
That completes Prime Minister's questions. Let the front benches change over. We now come to the... Just let the benches clear. Come to the urgent question. Lee Ingham. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every year, this country spends around £400 billion of taxpayers' money on procurement. And if we're honest, under the current complex system, we do not always spend it as wisely as we could. That is why, just before the Easter recess, I announced a major package of reforms to the procurement system. And I'm grateful to have the chance to update the House today on it. Behind these reforms, Mr. Speaker, are three principles. First, that procurement should do much more to protect national security and support British businesses. Second, that it should deliver a fairer economy. And third, that it should be simpler, fairer and open doors to businesses, small businesses and charities. To take those in turn, Mr. Speaker, this government believes it matters where things are made and who makes them. So we will issue new guidance for all government departments to make use of the national security exemptions in the Procurement Act to direct procurement to serve the national interest. We will start with 4 sectors critical to our national security: steel, shipbuilding, energy independence and AI. This will give a clear sign, Mr. Speaker, that this Labour government will back British business, and we will use both the weight of our procurement budget and the powers in the Procurement Act to do so. We will also take 2 further steps to back British businesses. First, government departments will now be required to confirm whether prime contractors are using UK steel, and they will have to explain why they are not, if so. We will also develop a new shipbuilding framework to restrict government contracts to British firms where this supports our national security interests. Mr. Speaker, the second principle of these reforms is that procurement should build a fairer economy. And the truth is that for decades, under successive governments, we have had a policy that essentially adds up to outsourcing by default. Well, Mr. Speaker, under this Labour government, the age of outsourcing will end. We will, in line with our manifesto, introduce a public interest test, and it will apply to all government departments. They will now be required to assess whether a service can be delivered more effectively in-house, and if it cannot, a clear explanation must be published. Departments will also, for the first time, be required to publish robust insourcing strategies, setting out how, over the medium term, they will build the capacity to make the biggest wave of insourcing in a generation a reality. Mr. Speaker, this marks a step change in how and who our public services are run by and for, and I am proud this Labour government is delivering it. Mr. Speaker, we will also strengthen the role of social value in procurement. Too often, this has become a mere tick-box exercise, and a barrier, not an opportunity for SMEs and startups. So working with trade unions, businesses and others, we will create a new definition of social value that will underpin all government procurement. The third principle of these reforms, Mr. Speaker, is to make the procurement system simpler and fairer. I have heard too many times how the complexity, duplication and endless form filling of the current system is among the biggest barriers to SMEs and charities. So we will undertake a rapid review of all existing requirements in the procurement system, and we will see which burdens and duplications can be removed. If they are not essential, we will scrap them. We will enforce a tell us once principle.
No, you don't look at the clock. You look at me and you sit down. It's 3 minutes. I don't know who may have told you differently. There was something going wrong in advice that's been given. It's 3 minutes. I presume you're now going to come to the conclusion immediately. Yes, try the...
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. I was told 5, but I apologise. I completely apologise.
No, sit down. Let's... When I stand up, please sit down. Don't remain at the dispatch box. I'm sorry that you were told 5 minutes. I think by now that ministers should know how long they get for a statement or a UQ. It is becoming an impossible situation where ministers try to change the rules of the House. They're not my rules. These are the rules of the backbenches. Please adhere to them.
I can only apologise, Mr. Speaker. In conclusion, these reforms will back British businesses and workers. They will build a fair economy. They will simplify and open up our government procurement system. There is still much to do, but this is a big step forward, and I'm grateful to have the chance to set it out to the House today.
Ian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A change in procurement policy that's more focused on backing British businesses, investing in Britain to help secure thousands of good unionised jobs, and by remaining community focused, the government will make sure local people are reaping the full rewards from this move. I welcome it, and I welcome the Minister's statement. Please could the Minister outline what the first steps are to deliver this procurement reform and what it will mean for manufacturers in my constituency and those in constituencies around the UK?
Can I thank you for that? And this is a point she's raised a number of times with me before around the importance of changing procurement rules. She's a tremendous champion on this. In terms of next steps, the Cabinet Office is working on new guidance that we will put before the House very shortly, I hope before the summer recess, that will sort of make flesh the commitments I've made today. And as I say, it has 3 big principles behind it: backing British businesses, creating a fairer economy, and making the system simpler and fairer for all.
Mike Wood, Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate the Honourable Lady on securing this urgent question. I know how rare that is for a government PPS. And I welcome the government's ambition to... she's not anymore, sorry, I apologise. I welcome the government's ambition to modernise public procurement, but ambition, as ever, must be matched by delivery. And there are a number of questions the Minister must answer today. The government promised transparency through a new online register of commercial agreements. When precisely will that register be live, and will it be comprehensive from day one? Ministers often speak of backing small business. Will the Minister publish in a single accessible place every department's SME target, its latest outturn, and whether it is on track or off track? And on prompt payment, how many suppliers have actually been excluded from major contracts for failing to meet the required standards? If this strategy is truly about value for money, why has the government still not resolved the fragmentation, poor quality frameworks and poor use of data and technology that was identified by the National Audit Office? On national security, contracting authorities are now required to assess risks, not just from the prime contractors, but from associated persons and subcontractors. How many procurements have been referred for national security consideration, and how many suppliers have been excluded or challenged as a result? What assurances can the Minister give that public contracts are not still flowing into supply chains with links to hostile states? And what assessment has the Minister made of the EU's emerging Buy Europe policies? Isn't this a protectionist barrier by the European Union? And finally, if social value is now mandatory at 10%, what assessment has been made of the risk that this adds cost and complexity, and particularly for SMEs? I know the House will want clear answers.
for those questions. Let me try and answer a few of them. Firstly, on SMEs and department spend. I mean, as I say, part of this package is to try and support SMEs and to make sure they have a greater chance of winning contracts. We did publish the departmental spends the day before recess. I know there was a lot going on, but we have published them. They are there, and they show a very ambitious step forward. I believe around £7 billion of government contracts will go to SMEs as a result of those changes. I'm very proud of what we are doing. It's the first time government have done it, and we've helped drive that through. We've worked very hard on that. He asked about Buy Europe. Look, this is not in conflict with any of our international agreements. It's obviously not in conflict also with our negotiations with the EU that my right honourable friend is leading on, and we work closely on that. But at the heart of this, though, is a recognition that we need to use our procurement budget within international law and with international regulations to do more to support our industries. And that is quite the right thing to do, and I hope we can get cross-party support. He also asked me about social value. Again, I think he was implying that we are making this mandatory. It is already mandatory, and it is already weighted at 10% within the contracting system. I'm not changing that here. What I'm saying is I'm changing the definition of social value. So it will do more to support communities, and it will do more to make sure that it really works and it really supports communities for doing it. So there's no change on that. He asked me a couple of specific questions around national security points. I will get back to him if that's okay. But in general terms, I hope we can get cross-party support on this. The Procurement Act was passed with cross-party support. It was a step forward, but this is the next big step in trying to make sure we do much more with that budget to support Britain.
Deb John.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me applaud the government's move to use the £400 billion of public procurement, almost 1/8 of British GDP, in the interests of the British people and the British economy. And the Select Committee for Science, Innovation and Technology has often heard that a government contract is worth more than a government grant to the startups and spin-outs, which are so important to our economy. Can you also confirm that this approach will be joined up with our strategy for sovereign capability so that we do not find ourselves once again in the position where the Ministry of Defence awards a contract without competition to a large US AI company, Palantir, when there are UK companies desperate for that kind of investment?
Can I thank her for that? And obviously she brings a huge level of expertise and background on this. And just to reassure her, part of the package I'm announcing and announced before Easter is to try and help our sovereign AI industry, and it is to help science and technology as well, and to really boost startups, because a lot of the stories I've heard in the time I've been doing this job is about how the procurement rules work fine if you have a large procurement part of your company to try and win them. It's not so good if you're a startup, if you're a voluntary group, if you're trying to win your way into government contracts. We should be doing much more to help them. And yes, we are joining this up across government. It will be with the industrial strategy and also with our steel strategy I spoke about earlier as well.
Lisa Smart, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. We need to do far more to back British small businesses through public procurement, both to boost growth and to ensure our own national security. Public procurement amounts to hundreds of billions a year. The Procurement Act was meant to ensure more of that money reached British small businesses, but in practice, for many, they report it's made things worse. Payment rules are being flouted by middlemen who face no consequences. Suppliers who complain are threatened with losing future work. Bad debts are mounting. This is public money disappearing into a vacuum and a security risk. There are businesses asking, what is the point of legislation that road traders can ignore with complete impunity while loyal British SMEs are being pushed out of the market they built? Does the Minister agree that the target for government spending with small businesses should be far higher than the current level? And could he explain when will the payment reporting transparency be implemented?
Thank you very much. Look, I basically agree with her assessment of the procurement system and how it doesn't do what it should. As I say, £400 billion of taxpayers' money is being spent here. We need to make sure we spend it, every pound of that, to support British industry as far as we can, and to support jobs and deliver fairness, and to support SMEs on that as well. I would just point out, though, I think the Procurement Act did help SMEs. It did make progress towards it. but it doesn't go far enough. And you know, it's not the job of this government to defend the status quo, it's the job of this government to change it, so we will do that. I will come back to her on the specific point around payment thresholds.
Gareth Snell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations to my honourable friend and neighbour from Staffordshire for securing this question. Could I ask the Minister very simply, the government's taking the right steps towards this procurement strategy, but there is a lot more that could be done if you wanted to truly buy British, back British and build British. That could start with government car service. He will know from written parliamentary questions he sent to me that 1/3 of the government car service is used by foreign cars. He will know that police services in this country use foreign-made cars. He will know that we import bricks in this country to build houses that are funded by Homes England money by taxpayers. So can he look at the easy wins that he could do by looking at how the government is a consumer of products to reorientate that spend this week towards British companies?
Can I thank him for that? Look, there are few greater champions of a Buy British agenda than my honourable friend, although there are a few of us in government as well. And look, we are trying to make progress on that. What I'm setting out here is what I can do with government guidance and what I can do by using the exemptions that already exist in national security restrictions. We haven't jumped to legislation. I'm trying to use the powers that I have. The point he's making, though, is about a bigger agenda that we, hopefully can get to drive forward more support for British industry. This is the start of it. It is not the end, and we will work with him on doing it.
Julian.
Too often consumers buy products which, when they get to examine them, turn out to have been manufactured in places like China. What safeguards has the government got in its own new procurement strategy that there are no concealed foreign supply chain components in the contracts that it intends to award? And why are the SMEs or any company that is bidding having to demonstrate trade union recognition if they might have a workforce that doesn't require this?
Minister.
Can I thank him for that? On the first point, look, we do have, DBT I think has lead over it, but we do have robust processes in place on supply chains. The announcement I made before Easter doesn't refer to that, doesn't change that, so it's sticking with the existing protections we have there and the existing regulations of the Procurement Act. What I'm talking about here is how we can use those powers to direct departments and use government's buying power to do more on it. On his union point, I'm sorry, I missed the very end of his point. There is nothing in here to change union recognition within the procurement system. That can already be weighted within the social value requirement. But what it does do is make a really important step on insourcing around government departments, which I'm incredibly proud of that this government's doing and is part of the manifesto we were elected on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for the changes which are a welcome vote of confidence in UK business and industry, and I welcome the rapid review of existing requirements which we know can slow down the procurement process, leading to frustration and inefficiencies all round. But ahead of International Workers' Memorial Day, will he commit to having inclusive PPE as a specification in any new public sector procurement contracts and lead the way in improving workplace safety?
Minister.
Can I thank her for this? And this is not the first time my honourable friend has raised this. We have met on it as well. She's championing this case. And it is a really important one because it addresses an iniquity that many workers feel. We are working, the Cabinet Office we are working on this point. We are looking at it. Our view at the moment is that mandation is not the right way forward and that we can work with industry to try and roll this out. But look, the Qualities Law already protects and makes sure that this should be delivered. I accept, because she's made the case incredibly powerfully, that is not always happening. But I'm very keen to keep working with her, GMB Trade Union and others on this issue.
James White.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Spending on public procurement was £400 billion last year. So I'd like to ask the Minister a question I asked his predecessor over a year ago, which she was unable to answer then. What is the government's precise savings target from that budget?
Minister.
One excellent question. I'm afraid I'm going to have to get back to him. I do not know the answer. This is just say there is nothing in the announcement I've made that is requiring additional Treasury funding. It is within existing budgets. But the point he makes is a good one, so I will come back to him if that's okay.
Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can the Minister join me in congratulating Bedworth Company, Toy Kenning and Spencer, who have a proud history of ribbon weaving and supplying ribbons for insignia and medals to the Queen, the King and the Government for many years? And could he tell me how the procurement strategy will help other local manufacturers in North Warwickshire and Bedworth?
Minister, sir.
I certainly can, and can I thank her for raising that? Look, these are exactly the kind of companies we want to be helping. It's exactly the kind of British companies we want to back, and communities as well that, as I say, should have a real stake in how procurement money is used. So I hope we can do more on that, and I'm happy to take up the specific point with her and the specific company.
We'll put it in there. Who can we start? Joshua Reynolds.
Mr Speaker. On the Business and Trade Select Committee, one of the things we've heard time and time again is if we want to transform the economic health of small and medium enterprises, we need to direct greater share of public procurement towards those. But the British Chamber of Commerce has said that we are stuck in a rut at 20% of spending going to SMEs. So what is the Minister doing to try and join up the approach across Whitehall to ensure we have a greater amount of spending going towards these SMEs?
Can I thank him for that? And I say I agree. We should be more money of this budget should be going to SMEs. We are already taking steps on that to do so. We've already announced powers so contracts can be reserved in local communities through powers. We've already increased the amount of government spend. As I say, the spending targets across Whitehall for the first time went out. Over £7 billion of government money will go now to SMEs, and I'm working very closely with the FSB and lots of other small businesses on that. And I should just point out and thank the FSB and others, because the reforms in here are aimed to support SMEs and voluntary sector as well. I should emphasise that as well. Designed in collaboration and work with them, because they know the system isn't working. I know it isn't working. And we need to get more money down towards them. So we've done a bit. We've done a lot of stuff. There's a lot more to do, and this is part of that.
Lindsay Farnsworth.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I represent, as the member for Amber Valley, Denby Pottery, which is sadly in administration, and I'm desperately trying to save it. It's a joy in this House to use crockery made in the UK, and I welcome the Minister's recent announcement on procurement, but I have written to him to ask him to go further and include ceramics. I look forward to receiving his response in due course, but can I take this opportunity to repeat my request today so that we don't lose a whole sector by degree?
Minister.
Yeah, can I thank her for that, and also on her point on Denby. Look, I can appreciate how important this is to her constituency and how difficult it will be for workers there at the moment. I understand government officials have been working with Denby over recent weeks to ensure that support is put in place as the administration process unfolds. I hope obviously that can support the workers affected as much as possible. On the broader point about the ceramics industry, and I think he'll have some support from the benches behind him on this as well. As I say, what I've announced here in this package is to look at the four sectors that are immediately critical to national security using the existing powers that we have. That is not where I want to stop. I want to go further, but it's what I can do at the moment. But I'm very happy to work with her and honourable friends to try and do so.
Sir Ashley Fox.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister is right in trying to support small businesses by cutting red tape. But can he explain, while he is saying that at the dispatch box, another part of government is requiring any business seeking a government contract to demonstrate trade union recognition? Does he not accept that that is completely irrelevant as to whether a business provides a good service and good value for money? And does he not appreciate that this only imposes additional costs on businesses?
Minister.
Trade union rights not inconsistent with...
Yeah, I mean, look, trade union rights are not inconsistent with what I'm setting out here. And I'm sorry, I don't know the point he's making about there's no requirement to have a trade union recognition within government contracts within the procurement system. And what I'm doing here is I'm not changing that. I'm not changing how that plays out. What I'm trying to do is to simplify the system, remove the burdens where I can, look at the procurement system from start to finish, strip out all the duplication, strip out the erroneous stuff in there that has crept up like a Christmas tree over time, and to make it simpler and make it fairer. But that is also going to happen at the same time as making sure that we deliver the generation of insourcing that this government was elected to do, and that can bring to an end decades of outsourcing by default.
Ben Goldsborough.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I refer the House to my register of members' interest. One of the important aspects of our spending as a government is on the NHS within food procurement, with £500 million being spent every year in England alone. So can I stress on the government to make sure that we back British farming and back British food and ensure that these processes we're undertaking now support our British farmers?
Minister.
Yes, he's absolutely right to point that out, and to point out, I think, the link also between food security and national security and economic security, which is an increasingly important part. As I say, these reforms that we announced deal with 4 sectors in the first instance that we feel are the most immediately available with the powers we have. But it's not where, as I say, we want to end. And I'm happy to work with him and the farming industry and others on this to see what more we can do.
Shurkat Adam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I hear and I appreciate much of the statement that the Minister has made regarding procurement. I'd like to deflect his attention to textile procurement, especially when the Ministry of Defence has contracted £37 million worth of military gear to foreign factories, including those in China, and the NHS nurses and NHS PPE, 23 million, is again manufactured abroad. All the while, my constituency of Leicester South has factories, has the workforce, and we're ready. And we're suffering with the cost of living crisis. So can I ask the Minister to consider procurement of onshoring textiles, please?
Yes, he can. And thank you for raising that particular point. Look, the thrust, as I say, and he can clearly detect from what I'm trying to say, is I want to do more to support British businesses. I want to support British industries. And I want to make sure we're doing everything I can within the existing powers to do that. As I say, we've set out 4 sectors that we can do that straight away, we feel. There are others I'm sure we can look at going forward. I'm happy to work with him on that.
Amanda Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many in Portsmouth, like me, will welcome today's announcement, particularly the new shipbuilding framework and commitment to renewed bids, to reward bids that deliver local jobs and skills. Can the Minister outline today and meet with me to look at how these reforms will help ensure that cities like Portsmouth, who had shipbuilding removed from us by the Tories, can once again share in defence, maritime and indeed energy and infrastructure and AI procurement opportunities?
Minister.
Yes, she makes an excellent point, and obviously the shipbuilding industry is incredibly important for her constituency and for others around the country. Look, there are specific points in this package that is designed to support that. And just to re-emphasise, we're going to work with the National Shipbuilding Organisation to try and work a specific framework to ensure that we can direct procurement to British companies to deliver shipbuilding. I think for too long that hasn't happened. We have seen in recent weeks and months the importance of having a sovereign capacity to do this. Portsmouth is a fine place to try and do so, as are others around the country. I shouldn't get too far into that. But look, that is one of the reasons we have picked shipbuilding early on. It's one of the reasons I'm going to work with the NSO to try and do that. And I'm happy to meet with her to do so.
Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. PVL is an SME in Burgess Hill who fabricate high-visibility livery supplying 80% of police vehicles and 40% of ambulances. They are being hammered by the rules enacted in the 2023 Procurement Act. Converters are the middlemen that take a regular vehicle and turn it into an emergency appliance. 30-day payment terms set out in the Act are not enforceable. New tendering requirements cost time and money, but converters are under no obligation to use approved suppliers. And converters often go out of business owing money to the rest of the supply chain. This is a colossal waste of public sector money. Will the Minister agree to visit PVL just over the border from his constituency, and so we can discuss these challenges?
Minister.
Can I thank her? Always a kind invitation to come up the road to Burgess Hill. Look, she raises a really good point. Obviously, I don't know the specifics of the company, but she's raising exactly the kind of case that we should be trying to work with to end and support. I'm happy to meet with her, and if she sends me the details of the company, I'll look into that as well.
David Smith.
Deputy Speaker, I'd like to warmly welcome this statement from the Minister. It seems to me for many years, whereas European partners have been able to have significant sovereign procurement programmes, we've so often tied ourselves up in knots, unable to do it. The Honourable Member, my friend for South Norfolk, has slightly gazumped me in this question when he asked about how the government has a commitment to half of all food purchased across the public sector to be locally produced or certified. So if I can ask the Minister, what can we do to connect the plans that he has to ensuring that we cut out the middleman and make sure that farm gate produce is essential to our procurement programme?
Minister.
Yeah, can I thank him for that? And building on a point previously made, it is really important we do as much as we can to support British farming industry and to have a national plan and national food security on that as well. I'm happy to take up the specifics and work with him and DEFRA on that.
Jim Allister.
Is there an expectation that the procurement principles enunciated today will be followed through with local authorities? And if so, can we expect to see an end to the scandal of bodies like London Transport buying Chinese buses rather than British-made buses? Are we going to do anything about that?
Minister.
I would very much like to do so. I've spoken with the Department of Transport about this. This is a broad issue about how you work with regional authorities and within the devolution system we have, because that's where the power on some of these decisions lie. But I'm working with the Department of Transport on it. I'm happy to keep him updated on it.
Chris Blah.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I congratulate my honourable friend for securing this important question. I thank the Minister for his statement, and the businesses in my constituency and manufacturing town strongly welcome this new approach, and we should be unashamedly proud to back our British businesses. Yeah. Can I ask the Minister to reassure me that he is speaking to small businesses, local authorities and our trade union colleagues on defining social value, so we get this right and truly and proudly back British businesses for the future?
Yeah. Minister.
Absolutely, and I say we should be much prouder, I think, as a government and a political party about supporting British businesses and supporting local communities, and that's what I'm trying to do with this statement. In terms of working with others, as I say, I've been working on this for many, many months, and my predecessor also has been as well. We've worked with trade unions, we've worked with businesses, we've worked with voluntary sector groups and charities on this, and the proposals I've come with are an amalgam of that, but they are not the end of the road, and there's going to be work done now with unions, businesses, etc. On that to try and get the guidance right and put these through. I should also say, one of the reasons I'm particularly proud of some of this is it's been welcomed both by trade unions and by businesses as well. It's not often that happens these days, and I'm particularly pleased we've managed to achieve it.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I also welcome the Minister's response to the urgent question and going British first in our procurement strategy for over £400 billion spent per year. The Minister, no doubt, is aware that members across this House, including myself, have repeatedly raised concerns about Palantir's ethics, its record of complicity in human rights abuses, including the genocide in Gaza, and the way it has secured extremely large public contracts here in the UK. Can he explain how awarding hundreds of millions of pounds, in many instances with no full open tender process, to a single US surveillance and technology firm who released a dystopian manifesto for world domination over the weekend, is compatible with the modern procurement strategy that claims to put transparency, value for money and the public interest at heart?
Minister.
Can I thank him for that? He's right to say that part of what I'm trying to do is to support British businesses and reduce our reliance on others. On the specific point he makes around Palantir, the two contracts he's referring to are NHS and MOD-led contracts. Those are the departments that led on those. I think it's probably best directed at him. If he wants to write to me, I'm happy to try and pick that up as well. But I say they were NHS and MOD contracts. They did go through the procurement process, but those are the lead departments.
Jonathan Davies.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I very much welcome what the Minister has to say about the principles behind how we will use £400 billion of government procurement to back the companies up and down this country and the workers behind them by buying British. But of course there are many more billions of pounds spent across the wider public sector, including by local authorities, the NHS and the police, for example. As he develops this process, can you tell me a bit more about what he'll be doing to bring those other bits of the public sector on board, especially to back the automotive trade?
Yeah. Minister.
Yeah, he's absolutely right. And just to clarify, the guidance that we're bringing forward and the reforms I'm talking about today will apply to government departments and not the broader public sector. Now, the reason for that is that I don't have the ministers and the government do not have the power to direct beyond government through mere guidance. I would need primary legislation to do that. That is something we are pushing very hard on, and I'm hoping to come forward in a future session. That would require legislation. But what you should note, and what I hope everybody notes, including the market and local authorities, is the reforms I'm announcing here are the reforms I want to see rolled out across the public sector and working with local authorities as well. We want to test and learn in government and roll it out more widely, but that would require primary legislation to do that.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for his answers to the questions. In light of the recent, very specific Northern Ireland question I want to ask you, in light of the recent public accounts report that has highlighted the fragmented nature of Northern Ireland, 9 separate centres of procurement, what steps can the Minister take to ensure that the SMEs, and he referred to that earlier on, are not further disadvantaged by conflicting administrative requirements across these bodies? And how will the promised Tell Us Once digital platform be successfully integrated with Northern Ireland's existing tender NI system to prevent duplication of the bureaucratic burden on small firms who are struggling? Thank you.
Minister.
Can I thank him? Yeah, he raises a really, really good point. And as I say, part of the aim, one of the 3 principles behind this is to reduce duplication, reduce burdens, simplify the system. My feeling in general is that whoever's been in this job has come here over years and has always added more and more bits to the Christmas tree, and it's become more and more unwieldy. I want to try and strip that back. If it's okay with him, if he could write to me about the specific points he's raised, I will pick it up, and I'm very happy to meet with him to do so as well.
Adam Jurgey.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. I congratulate my honourable friend and constituency neighbour from Stafford for securing this urgent question. In Newcastle Line, we make excellent British bricks, Madam Deputy Speaker, Ipstock in Chesterton. And can I draw the Minister's attention to my 10-minute rule bill on British bricks? And will he take the opportunity to confirm today that these changes will result in a British brick-first approach to public contracts as we build the homes, community centres, schools and hospitals that our communities desperately need?
Minister.
I'm going to congratulate him on his 10-minute rule bill, and he's raising a really important issue that's obviously incredibly important to his constituency and to many others. As I say, we are starting with the 4 industries that I've set out today. We'll look at others going forward, and I'm happy to talk with him and see what more we can do in the future.
Dr. Scott Arthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I do thank the Minister for his answer to the urgent question. It is common sense, however, that we do use the government's procurement power to support British jobs. Sadly, that same common sense is lacking in Scotland, where the Scottish Government's buying ferries from Poland, Turkey and China. And yesterday, Unite highlighted that the Scottish Government has given a grant to private bus companies in Scotland to buy 166 buses from China. Meanwhile, Lothian Buses, publicly owned, is using its share of the grant to buy buses from the fantastic Alexander Dennis Limited. So does the Minister join me in hoping that on the 7th of May, Scotland will elect a government that puts British jobs first and vote Labour? And secondly, Madam Deputy Speaker, in my constituency, I have an FC UK biscuit factory which makes a delicacy known as the Jammy Dodger biscuit. Will this change make it more likely that when I next visit the Minister's department that Jammy Dodger biscuits will be available to me?
Minister.
I have to say, of all the questions I was mulling over when going through this, the impact on Jammy Dodgers wasn't top of my list, but maybe it should have been. So let me think about that. But look, he makes a really good point about how the Scottish Government haven't used their procurement, the powers to do this well enough over years, and the fiascos he highlighted show that. It's a shame there's no one from the SNP here to hear that, but it's good that there are Labour MPs to make the case for doing more to support jobs in Scotland.
Chris Finns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his response to the urgent question from my honourable friend from Stafford, Eccleshaw and the villages. Yes. Can the Minister tell the House how this Labour government's reforms to public procurement will unlock hundreds of millions of pounds for our SMEs, and particularly how it will benefit those SMEs in Harlow? And while he's talking briefly, he has to previous honourable friends about food security, and sadly we don't make Jammy Dodgers in Harlow. Maybe we can have a conversation about that. But I would also point out that when we talk about food security, although it's important we support our farming industry, I would also draw attention to the Lee Valley growers, which are glass house growers in my constituency of Harlow, and also Wright's Flowers, who are a flour mill.
Minister.
Can I thank him for that and raising a number of points in there. He talked about supporting SMEs and that. That's incredibly important to what this government's trying to do more broadly, but what these reforms try and do specifically. If you permit me, Madam Deputy Speaker, I also want to just point out about what we should do more to support the voluntary sector as well, because, in my opinion, the charitable sector doesn't get a fair enough crack at this, and the system is weighted against it. I have particularly in mind, I had a visit to a women's centre in my constituency in Brighton, a fantastic charity, been working for a long time, doing amazing work. They told me that they were spending around £35,000 on a procurement process, having to divert resources that should be used to support people in real need to order to compete in a procurement process that is stacked against them because the big companies and the big providers have the money and the expertise to do it. We cannot defend a status quo that does that. I will not do that, and that's why we're trying to do this.
That concludes the urgent question. Point of order on this urgent question, Joshua Reynolds.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister was asked several times about trade union requirements in public procurement contracts. Yet on the 4th of December, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Cabinet Office said in Hansard that the government's social value model provides opportunities to reward suppliers that recognise trade unions. Madam Deputy Speaker, could I seek your guidance as to how I could ask the Minister to confirm those 2 points together?
Minister.
Well, I would just point out an opportunity is not a requirement. The question I was being posed there was about there being a requirement on trade union recognition. That is not the same as there being an opportunity to be reflected within the system. That's the difference between those statements. And as I say, nothing in this changes the status of trade unions within the procurement system. But what it does do is it delivers on a really important manifesto commitment we made to end the age of insourcing and bring more work in-house.
That concludes all matters relating to the urgent question. I'll now give a few moments for the front benches to swap over and for the House to settle. Statement, Paymaster General.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I wish to provide the House with an important update on key pension, contractual and commercial decisions. The security and dignity of those who've dedicated their careers to our public services are not negotiable, and they deserve a pension service that's reliable, efficient and secure. But for these principles to be more than just words, they need to be underpinned by rigorous accountability and a refusal to accept second best. We recognise that for our public servants, these services are the foundation of their financial security, and when the standards they deserve are not upheld, the government will not hesitate to act decisively to protect their interests. It's in that context I want to give the first update to the House on the Royal Mail statutory pension scheme. Following a failure to meet critical transition milestones and a lack of confidence in Capita's ability to implement and transition to the new operating model in a timely fashion, I'm announcing today to the House that I have terminated the new Royal Mail statutory pension scheme contract with Capita. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, Capita had an 18-month planning window to prepare for the transition. They failed to deliver numerous milestones, including a failure to implement the required IT automation. The Cabinet Office repeatedly flagged delays in transition milestones and that IT automation, ultimately issuing formal correspondence to reaffirm the mandatory requirements. To ensure members are protected, we will ensure continuity of the existing contract. But let the message be clear, I will not and we will not tolerate delivery failure from contracted partners. Public services require high-quality delivery, and public money should not be used to fund performance that falls short of the standards we expect. Madam Deputy Speaker, I also want to address problems in the administration of the civil service pension scheme. The transition process from the previous provider, MyCSP, was not satisfactory. We are investigating the respective liabilities for those failures as between Capita and MyCSP. Given the criticality of these services, the Cabinet Office Permanent Secretary and I discussed transition with the Chief Executive Officer of Capita. We sought and were given explicit personal assurances that the transition would be handled with the utmost care and that any backlogs would be managed effectively. I'm sorry to say those assurances have not been met. And it is clear in any event that the delivery of the service to civil servants since the transfer on 1st of December last year has fallen far short of the required standard. The delays civil servants have faced in accessing their civil service pensions are unacceptable, especially in view of their many years of dedicated public service. Now, that is why I established a specialist pensions recovery task force, led by the second Permanent Secretary at HMRC, Angela MacDonald, to take strategic oversight on the scheme's management. That intervention, which, by the way, includes a circa 140-person government surge team to bolster operational capacity, is delivering results because through this intervention, we've helped Capita clear 15,000 inherited unread emails and telephony wait times that averaged at over 90 minutes earlier this year have been successfully brought down to an average of under 2 minutes. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to say that the stories we have heard of members missing mortgage payments and falling into hardship are distressing and entirely unacceptable. No one should have to face such financial anxiety after a lifetime of dedicated public service. It's why I took immediate action to ensure that no member was left to face these challenges alone whilst these service issues are being resolved. So to mitigate the impact on those most affected, we've already provided over £7.2 million in interest-free transitional support loans to more than 1,300 members. We are proactively driving the uptake of these loans to ensure no member in need of support is missed, and I encourage all honourable and right honourable members to ask their eligible constituents to reach out to their civil service employers for these loans so we can provide the support, the vital support they deserve. I can tell the House too that Capita was explicitly instructed in July 2025 to prepare for the volumes they are now seeing. They knew the scale of the challenge, but they failed to deliver the IT automation and portal functionality required at Go Live. The result, I'm afraid to say, is a backlog of around 24,000 outstanding pension quotations, and I say to the House as well, a backlog of over 1,500 open MP complaints. Now that is totally unacceptable, and I've instructed officials to speak to Capita about how we can ensure that MP correspondence is dealt with quickly and efficiently, noting the importance of members across the House who are all speaking up for their constituents. These are not just numbers on a spreadsheet, they represent thousands of individuals who are unable to plan for their futures or retire with dignity. I have to say as well, though, Madam Deputy Speaker, service delivery is about more than just speed. It's also about the absolute security of member data. And the breach we saw on the 30th of March, which saw personal information compromised on the pension portal, represents a fundamental failure in data protection. And I'd be clear with the House, I will not tolerate these lapses. The Cabinet Office has formally notified the Information Commissioner's Office of this breach, and we've written formally to the Chief Executive Officer of Capita to demand a full technical account of this failure and a guarantee that it will not happen again. Madam Deputy Speaker, across the civil service pension scheme, we have taken direct action on all commercial levers. We are withholding milestone payments where deliverables have not been met, and we reserve every right to take further formal action. With regard to service levels, the Cabinet Office has mandated a clear recovery target. Capita must clear all inherited arrears by the end of this month and restore service levels to standard contractually required levels by the end of June this year. We will continue to use every commercial lever at our disposal to ensure that these standards are met. Madam Deputy Speaker, the security and dignity of all those who have dedicated their careers to our civil service and the Royal Mail are not negotiable. They deserve a pension service that is reliable, efficient and secure. So we will, and I will continue to use every lever at our disposal to ensure those standards are met and that members receive the service that they have earned. I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Minister Michael.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to begin by paying tribute to our fantastic public servants, both civil servants and postal workers. The vast majority give so much in the service of our country and the general public. And this week, perhaps more than any other, is a reminder that it's ministers' responsibility to provide the political leadership so that they can deliver. The Minister's decision to terminate the Royal Mail statutory pension scheme is enormously consequential and will be welcomed by many in this House, but more so by our many retired postal workers. And while I appreciate being given advance sight of today's statement, it does seem that, particularly in terms of the civil service pension scheme, the Minister has come to the House with a statement rather more with a plan, because it's clear that the current situation, as the Minister did say, is the culmination of a series of entirely unforced errors by Capita. Capita's failure to adequately administer the CSPS has caused real and significant financial distress to thousands of former public servants. People like my constituent Chris, who's found himself without the pension that he was relying on at just the time that his wife has had to step back from work after a cancer diagnosis. Now, these people worked hard. They planned responsibly for retirement, and they did so on the basis that the CSPS would be there for them when they needed. And Capita's failures have left them anxious, frustrated, and in many cases, desperately out of pocket. Yet in all too many cases that I'm aware of, Capita has been utterly unresponsive, and sadly, the constituents and others from around the country have contacted me about Capita, simply wouldn't recognise the Minister's claim of answer times being down to 2 minutes. This really isn't the way to reward a career of dedicated public service. Last year, the National Audit Office highlighted that Capita had failed to meet 3 of the 6 key transition milestones that had been due by March 2025. All these milestones related to scheme design and operational readiness. And in October last year, 2 months before ministers had to make a final decision on the transition to Capita, the Public Accounts Committee noted Capita had missed milestones to deliver its IT systems. The committee called on the Cabinet Office to fully develop contingency plans before making a final decision whether Capita should take over administration on 1st of December last year. And the Minister's Department confirmed that 4 months after the transition was completed, Capita has still not met 3 transition milestones, while 1 is only partially met. It's only at this point that the Ministers brought forward the contingency plans, the same contingency plans that the Public Accounts Committee recommended months before. But the warning signs were there, and they should have been clear and obvious. Despite this, in November last year, a full year and a half after the government took office, the government wrote to trade unions confirming that ministers were pressing ahead with Capita's contract. Now, we all agree that it is in everyone's interest that the CSPS's operational stability is restored as quickly as possible. Capita, after all, won this contract because of the failure of the previous MyCSP contract, and a further change would clearly mean more disruption, causing further harm to those who have already been so badly impacted. But ministers must ensure that Capita meets its contractual obligations consistently, and that any penalty clauses in the contract that can be enforced are enforced to allow for compensation to be paid. So the Minister does have some questions to answer. On behalf of those missing out because of Capita's failings, will the Minister unequivocally commit to delivering that functioning service in the timeframe he has set himself? Can the Minister confirm that his department has delivered the standardised mitigation letter for CSPS members to share with lenders to explain their temporary financial difficulties? This was promised last month. Has that been delivered? And I understand that there will be a commercial session to discuss the penalties Capita is facing and what officials have called wider commercial position on 28th of April. Can the Minister tell the House, will he be attending in person? Will he commit to update the House at the earliest opportunity following that meeting? And will he elaborate on exactly what his officials mean when they refer to Capita's wider commercial position? And finally, and most importantly, what contingency plans has the Minister put in place for if it does become necessary to terminate Capita's contract for the CSPS, as he has done today for the Royal Mail scheme?
I'm grateful to the Shadow Minister. I first of all echo his tributes to public servants, including his constituent Chris. And I'm very sorry to hear about his wife's cancer diagnosis. I welcome, I think, what was his support for my decision to terminate the Royal Mail statutory pension scheme. But can I turn to the civil service pension scheme? He talks about a plan. I've been implementing a plan, and I've come here to update the House on my implementation of it. He also talks about the contract. The contract for the capita pension scheme was awarded by the previous government in November 2023 on a long-term basis. That is what I inherited and have been trying to deal with. And he talks about the point of transition. What I did at the point of transition was to get in the Chief Executive of Capita, together with the Cabinet Office Permanent Secretary, to go through these different matters and to seek assurances. I'm afraid to say those assurances have not been met. He talks about not meeting milestones. I can assure him milestone payments have been withheld, and I will not hesitate to use the commercial levers that are under this contract to drive performance. That is why I'm being as well absolutely clear about that restoration of service by the end of June of this year. That is what I am upholding Capita to. He also talks about my CSP, and what I have said is we are reserving rights under both these contracts, both the backlog that was left by my CSP and then how Capita have dealt with it since. There are, of course, in relation to my CSP, there's also an option to pursue a parent company guarantee as well. And he can be assured that I will explore all possible legal options to ensure that the service that public servants rightly deserve, not just on retirement, but in very, very difficult circumstances in their lives as well, like death in service, are actually being dealt with sensitively. He talks about, of course, forthcoming meetings and updates. I will, of course, consider appropriate steps for me to take, and indeed updating the House, and indeed members across the House when they write to me as well.
Yeah. Right, Betts.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Public Accounts Committee has had a number of hearings on that, and I'm sure the Chair will be wanting to ask some questions as well. Just to say, first of all, there's shared responsibilities here. My CSP have got responsibilities, but I'd say also the Cabinet Office oversaw this, and I think there are real questions the Minister should be asking of officials in the Cabinet Office about their degree of responsibility for this as well. And in terms of assurances, we've had so many assurances on this, so the June assurances, are they really going to be kept to? Could I say just a couple of questions, Madam Deputy Speaker? First of all, this is, isn't it, not just a one-off issue. The civil service pension scheme has had at least 3 different problems with 3 different providers in the past. We've had the teachers' pension scheme, the Royal Mail pension scheme, an awful lot of them. So we asked the Cabinet Secretary, whether, the Permanent Secretary at the Cabinet Office, whether she would go away and look in the future at having an in-house team built up to actually administer public sector pensions in a way that might probably prevent these recurring problems with a variety of private sector providers, which always seem to go wrong.
Well, first of all, you can rest assured that I have interrogated officials on the situation I inherited on this. And in terms of the point about assurances and promises not being met, I think the House can say today, when assurances are not made, I take decisive action on it, and I take decisive commercial action as well, which is what he has seen both in terms of the Royal Mail statutory pension scheme, but also with regard to withholding milestone payments in respect of Capita as well. And could I say he's talked about, obviously, both that issue of whether we're looking at insourcing more things, which clearly is the government's pledge and the government's policy going forward. And I think in particular with regard to the Royal Mail statutory pension scheme, we will of course look at a range of options in both those categories to ensure that we get the very, very best possible service for those who deserve it and those who rely on it.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Charlie Maynard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement. So we've learned today that this contract was awarded 2.5 years ago. They had 2.5 years to prepare Capita for taking on the administration of the civil service scheme. The Public Accounts Committee, as just mentioned, also warned in October that Capita was not ready for it, yet they took on the contract regardless on the 1st of December. And we learned today also that the government has terminated another Capita scheme for the Royal Mail's pension scheme. So my Witney constituents would like to know the following answers to the following questions. How many people on the Civil Service Pension Scheme, as of now, have not received the payments they should have? Why taxpayers should be paying for the surge of 140 staff of HMRC staff who have come in to sort this out? Surely Capita should be paying for their incompetence. What is the timeline to Capita clearing up all inherited arrears? And is Capita prioritising hardship and bereavement cases? And with regard to the Royal Mail Pension Scheme, where Capita has been terminated, what is the plan now?
Mr.
There's a, as I said in my statement, there's a backlog of around 24,000 outstanding pension quotations. With regard, he's absolutely right, by the way, about the taxpayer not having to pick up the tab for Capita's failures. And with regard to the surge team, I can say there has been an offer from Capita to cover the costs of it. I will consider that in the broad consideration of all the commercial issues that there are in respect of this contract. My priority is for taxpayers to not have to foot the bill for issues that have been caused by the provider and is of no fault of the people who are the beneficiaries of this scheme. With regard to the Royal Mail statutory scheme, as I have said, what we will do now, we will ensure continuity of service, because I think that's very important, though I think he'll see, I've made a very decisive decision in terms of the future of that contract today. We will then look at a range of options for that going forward, but it's that continuity of service that is obviously a priority in the short term.
John MacDonald.
Can I declare an interest? I'm the chair of the PCS Parliamentary Trade Union Group. The Minister just said there was an offer from Capita. It shouldn't be an offer, it should be a requirement that they cover the cost of the recovery costs. It was outrageous that this civil service scheme was given to Capita after its failure on the teachers' pension scheme, the failure with regard to the NHS and the data releases that took place there, and also even the failure in the military contract. And it has affected so many of the civil service pensioners. It's caused real harm and suffering and stress. But it was equally outrageous, I have to say, that their performance has not warranted the removal of the contract altogether. He's terminated today the contract with regard to Royal Mail. Why hasn't he terminated this contract? In addition to that, my honourable friend has raised the issue about the preparation of an in-house provision. My honourable friend did not refer to the Civil Service Pension Scheme preparations for an in-house provision. Could I ask him to meet with the trade unions and let us discuss now how we transfer the administration of the Civil Service Pension Scheme in-house? Because as sure as night follows day, Capita will fail on this as exactly as on every other contract.
Well, I certainly echo what my right honourable friend said in terms of the imperative of taxpayers not footing the bill for what has gone wrong. In terms of the different contracts, each obviously has to be considered on its own merits, but the House can be assured that on each of these contracts that the Cabinet Office is responsible for, I keep all contractual options open. With regard to his point around optionality in the future about going in-house, I will certainly ensure that the trade union PCS gets the appropriate ministerial meeting.
Sir Geoffrey Clifton-Brown.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister today for his statement and for meeting with me to discuss this issue. As he is aware, the Public Accounts Committee have held multiple sessions with Capita on the broader civil service pension schemes and the problems that scheme members are having accessing their pensions. As numerous colleagues around the House will have experienced, some of these cases are tragic and deeply distressing, people not being able to get statements at the most important points of their life, or even payments at the most important points of their life. So does the Minister have confidence that his team will be able to manage Capita to rapidly provide civil service pensioners with a scheme that they deserve? And secondly, what reassurance can he give to Royal Mail pensioners that their pension scheme will be managed properly during the transition and afterwards, either in-house or by an external provider?
Minister.
I certainly give that assurance to Royal Mail pensioners, who I know may be worried about the uncertainty, that we will do all we can, as I've said, to ensure continuity of service. I certainly have confidence in my team, and I think the surge of officials into Capita of around about 140 officials really has made a significant difference. Equally, as I say that, clearly I will have to consider very carefully what the position is at the end of June 2026 and how important that team remaining in place, whatever length of time, is to the level of service. That's something I've obviously got to consider in due course.
Rachel Hopkins.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I should declare that I have preserved benefits in the CSPS and I'm a member of the PCS trade union. I thank the Minister for his decisive action in terminating the contract for the Royal Mail pension and the ongoing work he's doing with regards to the civil service pension. But he has flagged that there are hard-working public servants who've given their service to the state for many years who are then subsequently failed when they look to retire to get their pension benefits. And I hope that he will really hold Capita's feet to the fire. Many of us will be keeping our eyes on the Minister as he does so. One point I'd like to ask his view on is whether he will prioritise those who are entitled to bereavement payments under the death in service part of the CSPS, as this is a very, very difficult time and they may not have actually been employed. They are the dependents and sometimes children who are entitled to these payments. Thank you.
Yes, I absolutely agree with her on the importance of bereavement payments, because this is when people are at such a vulnerable time of their lives. And I think the House should be fully aware that I will hold Capita robustly to account on the different contracts I have. I'm sure that the House will also appreciate that I've inherited, in the case of the Civil Service Pension Scheme, a quite long-term contract, but I will continue to make sure that I reserve all contractual rights under the contracts we're overseeing at the Cabinet Office.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Like other MPs here, I have constituents who have given dedicated years to public service. I've one a prison officer who was stabbed and assaulted in his work, and then had the privilege to be in Camp Zeist looking after the imprisonment of the Lockerbie bomber while they were under trial. I've also got another constituent who is caring for her mother, who is the beneficiary of the pension and has stage 4 palliative cancer. But the Minister has given a very good overview of what is happening, and he talked about the changes that were made in terms of call times. But one of the themes that's coming through for me is actually accessing the portal, and that is having a real erosion of trust. If people cannot even get access to the system, it is a real problem. Could you give us an update on that?
Yes, and again, I think the Honourable Lady speaks very powerfully about the situations, again, very vulnerable situations her constituents find themselves in. And I entirely share her concerns about the portal. When I was referring to the call times statistic to the Shadow Minister, I am regularly monitoring performance. That was an average I was referring to. Where there are particularly egregious examples of poor service, I say to everyone across the House, please write to me and draw it to my attention. But in terms of the deadline I'm talking about in June 2026, resumption of normal service, that of course includes a functioning portal. And also, of course, there are people who may not have reached the end of their careers but want to, for example, access their updated benefits. They should be able to do so.
Sir John Jersey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A few weeks ago, I raised in the Chamber about an issue about my constituent, Andrew Mackay, whose wife, Katie, passed away at the end of September. Both Andrew and Katie both worked in the border force for 40 years. My constituent, Andrew, has been in a numerous contact with Capita with no luck. I have returned to the Minister and I thank the Minister and his team for the engagement with me. Up until now, after all these numerous attempts, after several months, my constituent Andrew is still waiting for this pension. So I know I hear about this prioritising bereavement cases, but in my constituent case, this has not happened. So what would the Minister would say to my constituent and also to Capita to get this case resolved?
Well, first of all, I'd just say to his constituent, Andrew, I'm very sorry to hear about the loss of Katie and thank them for their decades of important service to Border Force. In terms of taking this forward, I think it would probably be sensible for him to give the details of the case in a meeting with the Minister, and we'll be delighted to facilitate that.
Charlie Dewhurst.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, I, like colleagues from across the House, have had constituents appallingly treated by Capita, unable to access that money that they paid in, both veterans and former public servants. So the Minister previously promised a standardised mitigation letter that those individuals could take to lenders so they didn't necessarily have to lend at a commercial rate, and there was some understanding. I appreciate there's £7.2 million in interest-free loans as well. So can I ask the Minister, has he delivered on that promised standardised mitigation letter, and will he go further if required on the 7.2 million interest-free loans?
Minister.
Yes, there's more available in terms of the 7.2 million. In terms of the standardised mitigation letter, I think was raised by a previous member. I will certainly take that away immediately and see what the progress is on that.
Emma Foodie.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for the statement, for the engagement he's had with me and the extensive work that's been done to recover the mess that my CSP and Capita have made of this. Civil servants who dedicated their lives to public service only to be let down in their retirement, and across the House we've all got absolutely appalling examples of the real-world impact this has had. But firstly, can I ask the Minister what steps he has taken to ensure that nothing like this can ever happen again? And secondly, there are individuals who have been unable to retire through no fault of their own, and whether there is any scope for considering them within the compensation arrangements that can be perhaps extended to them.
Minister.
And I'm grateful as well for the engagement with my honourable friend, and I should say to her that we are certainly looking at how we learn the lessons of this going forward. With regard to her second point, I know she's talking about the specific issue of compensation. I know there is a procedure, I think I've discussed it with her previously, a complaints procedure available. But there is also a very broad point here about my determination that we will pursue every contractual lever to ensure that it's not the taxpayer picking up the tab for failure, whether it is, in this particular context, my CSP or indeed Capita.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've got constituents in Boston and Skegness who've suffered because of the ridiculous, appalling failures of Capita under these two contracts. It's not the only failing contracts, Minister, but to what extent have you looked at the bigger Capita financial picture? Because they earned revenue last year of almost £1.5 billion from the government. They've got total contracts worth over £7 billion, and yet they've just disclosed results. They've lost over £150 million. They've got debts of £140 million. The market cap is only £350 million. To what extent is the government preparing for a plan B in case of a financial crisis at Capita, given how much outsourcing work they do for so many British citizens?
Minister.
Yeah, I mean, and to be fair to the honourable gentleman, he raises a reasonable point. And I think we are certainly monitoring Capita's general position. I mean, I think it's the case that Capita holds a total of 85 contracts across the public sector, 39 with central government, 46 with the wider public sector. The honourable gentleman can be assured, so in the House, we monitor performance across the whole portfolio. And we consider, obviously, each contract individually. And it is hugely important, as he says as well, when you have providers, that you are looking always at their financial position, because continuity of service is so important for those, in the case of the Civil Service Pension Scheme, who've paid in their own money over decades and deserve that dignity in retirement.
Danny Beales.
Deputy Speaker, I've been contacted by several constituents who've experienced challenges and delays in accessing their pensions via the scheme which Capita has managed, or should I say mismanaged, for some time. That includes Bindu, Duncan and Anne Ree. Tony, a 40-year long civil servant, should be looking forward to a well-earned retirement this year, but he's not been able to access the information on his portal. He can't get through on the phone, and on one occasion spent 4 hours trying to speak to an advisor and then gave up. I'm sure the Minister agrees. It's extremely worrying not to be able to plan for your retirement and understand what is ahead of you. Does the Minister agree with me this situation is completely unacceptable, and can the Minister outline what quick action will take place to hold Capita to account, to bring about improvements and ensure my constituents can look forward to their well-earned retirement?
Minister.
My honourable friend is right. It is totally unacceptable, and that's why I've put in place the recovery plan. That is why the Cabinet Office withholds milestone payments. I would be very grateful, though, the point he made about a 4-hour wait. I'd be very grateful if, with his constituents' permission, he could give me the detail and the date of that, because I'd like to take that up.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm delighted to hear the Minister today and the determination with which he intends to approach this and the messages he's sending to Capita, because, like many others, I have a mailbox full of civil service pensioners unable to access their funds, many of them in hardship. One woman at the moment fears she may lose her home simply because she can't get a response from Capita. I have asked for a meeting with them. So I wonder if the Minister is aware of any plans or has asked Capita to prioritise those in severe hardship, because there seems to be no attempt on their behalf to do that.
Minister.
Certainly, Madam Deputy Speaker, the surge team of officials that has gone into Capita of around 140 are certainly looking at prioritising in the most urgent and vulnerable cases. With her specific case, though, I'd be very grateful if she could write directly to me about it, and I will certainly look at it.
Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I welcome the statement from the Minister. The way that Capita have treated my constituents, like Jill, who contacted my office, and many others who've dedicated their lives to public service, is nothing short of shameful. This is yet another example of how this government is sorting out the mess that was created by the last government. Can the Minister update the House on the number of hardship loans that have been issued by the government and the number of civil service pension scheme members who've already received the maximum amount, and how the government will continue to help them going forward?
Minister.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and she's absolutely right about this contract that we inherited. So, in terms of the hardship loans, we've already provided over £7.2 million in interest-free transitional support loans to more than 1,300 members, but that is in no sense a cap. We continue to proactively drive uptake, and I'd encourage all members across the House to do the same.
Adam Dance.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement today. Teresa and Alistair cannot get information or statements on their pension, while Nicola keeps seeing payments delayed, damaging her finances. Can the Minister reassure my constituents that no civil servant will be left without timely pension payments, and tell them how the government will restore the confidence of civil servants that the pensions they earn are secure and will be managed fairly?
Minister.
And that exactly the kind of situations that the honourable gentleman is talking about that his constituents have faced is why the dedicated recovery team was put in place. I will be holding now Capita to account for the timetable in this recovery plan of service by the end of June of this year. And in terms of the cases he's raised, I would be very interested if he were able to just write me the details and the dates of exactly when that happened.
Annalise Midgley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I want to welcome the Minister's statement today, especially on the news of the termination of the Royal Mail Pension Scheme contract to Capita. But as he knows, Capita's management of the Civil Service Pension Scheme has been an absolute shambles, and I've got constituents who can't meet their mortgage payments, who are having to defer their retirements, and who are not receiving the compensation that they deserve. It's one in a very long list of failures, as my right honourable friends from Hayes and Harlington outlined. So can the Minister explain why we keep awarding Capita contracts, how it represents value for money for the taxpayer, and how we are meeting our manifesto commitment of the biggest wave of insourcing in a generation?
Minister.
We are very committed to that manifesto commitment and delivering it, and the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister, I know, will be sending out more about that in due course following his speech earlier in the year, but also to say to my honourable friend, she is absolutely right about the poor performance under this contract. And obviously I've taken the decision to terminate the Royal Mail statutory pension scheme, and she can be, and members across the House can be assured, that under this contract we will robustly be holding Capita to account, because as my honourable friend rightly says, what has happened to people where they have missed mortgage payments or other things have happened to them through no fault of their own is completely unacceptable.
Joshua Reynolds.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Capita fail time and time again, yet they're constantly awarded more contracts. Sally, one of my constituents, had been told multiple times that her lump sum payment was coming or had already been paid, and it hadn't. But she and other civil servants would have been worried to hear in March of this year that Capita were to be awarded a £700 million contract for the civil service payroll. Is this not just another example that when Capita fail, the government award them yet more of our money?
Look, each individual contract, it's absolutely essential that I make this point, has to be considered on its own merits. That's exactly what I've been doing. With regard to other government departments in terms of procurement, the one thing I'm certainly doing is ensuring that from the Cabinet Office we do share the lessons learnt from this recent transition of the civil service pension scheme, and I will be ensuring that those lessons are certainly made available right across government.
Trina Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for not only this statement, but for also the engagement he's had with us over the last 6 months. And I say that because my constituent applied for her pension quote with my CSP back in August and finally got a quotation last week. It is still a considerable distance between her actually getting her money in her bank account. What I'd actually like to ask is that the Minister consider ensuring that the recovery team is in place until all of those people that have been caught up in this backlog actually have money in their banks.
Minister.
Yes, I agree. And say to my honourable friend and say to the House more generally, I will clearly have to make a judgment. I do not intend withdrawing a team if it is going to result in a deterioration in service. So I will obviously make that judgment very, very carefully. That said, though, I've been very clear about that deadline of June 2026 for the restoration of the proper contractual service under this contract, and I will be holding Capita to it.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for his answers today to the statement, and no one doubts his commitment to try and find the solutions and move it forward. The Minister's statement outlines that there are some 1,500 complaints from MPs about their constituents' pension that have been withheld. A number of those complaints are mine. Whilst the Minister highlights the availability of an interest-free loan for people awaiting their pensions, if the amount is £5,000, unless there are exceptional circumstances. For those waiting 16 months for their pensions who are more than £5,000 behind in their mortgage, will the Minister not uplift the interest-free loans and make the payments immediately available to those in this very, very precarious scenario? Thank you.
Minister.
On that final point, if you could just write to me precisely with what that situation is, I'm more than happy to look at it. But could I just say to members across the House, that performance on MP correspondence is appalling. I am not willing to tolerate it. People across this House are speaking for their constituents right across the House who are in very vulnerable situations. I've given very clear instructions about this being dealt with, and in my view it has to be out of respect for this House and the people who work here.
Amanda Martin.
Madam Deputy Speaker, before I ask the Minister a question, I'd just like to welcome back Andy, who gives us a great deal of service in this chamber, so it's good to see you back. Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the action this government has taken and the Minister's updating statement today, and I want to thank him for his engagement with me over the past 6 months. It is clear Capita has shamefully failed many Ports of North civil servants. Madam Deputy Speaker, civil servants like Kirsty are still waiting for ill health compensation, Christine waiting months for her widow's pension payments, Louise, who submitted request forms and who since November has heard nothing, and Madam Deputy Speaker, Anne, who after 48 years of public service and sadly following the death of her husband has been unable to get any clarity on her pension forecast. Madam Deputy Speaker, these are not numbers on a spreadsheet, but real people and real lives. And I want to ask on behalf of these women, the Minister, when the civil service pension scheme will finally be stabilised.
Minister.
I also welcome back Andy, and I think he's gone past, but welcome him back and thank him for his service. But I say to my honourable friend, and indeed her four constituents, what I've said in the recovery plan and what is part of the recovery plan is for the contractual level of service to be back by June of this year. If it is not delivered, then of course I reserve all rights under this contract with Capita.
Final question on this statement, Chris Binns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I join my honourable friend from Portsmouth welcoming Andy back to the Speaker's office. He's a shoulder to cry on after the Harlow Town results that I've had recently. And can I thank the Paymaster General for his statement today, which is hugely important to residents of Harlow who have worked tirelessly over the years in the postal service and indeed the civil service and indeed as veterans. And I've seen in one of my previous roles working for a homeless charity the devastating effect late pension payments can have on people's lives, and we shouldn't forget the human impact of these issues. And I would also comment on join my right honourable friend from Sheffield South East and his recognising the issues with the teachers' pension issues. I've got a constituent of mine, Carol, who constantly comes to me to speak to me about the issues she's having with her teacher pension. I'd really recommend he looks at that as well. But in terms of, turning it to a question, Madam Deputy Speaker, can I ask the Paymaster General what he will do to ensure that we get these pensions right, that we hold capital to account, or considering insourcing these pensions if necessary, to show that this Labour government is on the side of those hard-working pensioners?
Minister.
We're absolutely on their side, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I think the important thing here in the immediate term is obviously the stabilisation of the service. That is why we'll be holding Capita robustly to account on the recovery plan. I'm afraid to say that, to my honourable friend, I can't help him with the results of Harlow Town.
And that concludes the statement. I call Alberta Costa on a point of order in connection with the Code of Conduct to rectify a failure to declare.
On a point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to apologise to the House for failing to declare an interest during a debate on the 16th of July 2025 about the Committee and Standards third report of the 2024-25 session, which concerns the register of interests of member staff. During the debate, I inadvertently failed to declare a relevant interest, that I employ my wife, who is subject to the rules about the register of interests of member staff. This was in breach of the House's rules, and I apologise to the House for this error. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for his point of order. There will be no further points of order on this issue. Point of order, John MacDonald.
Could I also associate myself with the comments with regard to our colleague who stands on your left-hand shoulder, Madam Deputy Speaker? You may recall, Madam Deputy Speaker, that a number of weeks ago, in my capacity as the Secretary of the National Union of Journalists Parliamentary Group, I raised the issue of the allegations of the smearing of journalists by the organisation Labour Together during the period when the member for Makerfield was the director of that organisation. At that point, the Prime Minister referred the matter to the ethics advisor, Sir Laurie Magnus. I've been in correspondence with Laurie Magnus after he produced his report to the Prime Minister very quickly after the reference. I was in correspondence with Sir Laurie Magnus because I was informed that he failed to call any witnesses during that inquiry, even though written evidence was submitted to him by one of the journalists who was the victim of the smears. I wrote to him and he informed the victim that he had not seen the evidence because his secretariat had not provided it to him. The journalist had written to Sir Laurie Magnus in advance to say he was submitting evidence. He submitted that evidence and it was not provided to him by his secretariat. The secretariat to this inquiry is the Cabinet Office. I wrote to express my concern to Sir Laurie Magnus that therefore his inquiry could not be complete as he had not seen that evidence, and therefore urged him to withdraw the conclusions of that inquiry and to consider the evidence that has been provided to him. He's refused. I've kept PACAT informed, but of course the PACAT committee cannot take up individual cases. The only route, it appears to me, to secure the truth of this whole episode is for the government to set up an independent inquiry. I've requested that now in correspondence with the Prime Minister and others at least 5 times. We have tried the formal routes. We now need a full inquiry. The reason I raise this on behalf of the NUJ is because smearing journalists in that way destroys their careers. But for at least one of the journalists concerned, I think it put his safety at risk as well. It's as serious as that. So we have members on the Treasury bench today. I'd ask them through you. I want to put this issue on the record. But in addition to that, through you, Madam Deputy Chair, I want the Treasury bench to take this back to the Prime Minister and urge them to press upon him the importance of this issue and the need for an independent inquiry.
I thank the right honourable member for his point of order, and I understand that he has informed the member for Macclesfield in advance. He raises a serious and important issue and has, I know, already followed up directly with the Prime Minister's ethics advisor on this matter. The right honourable member has placed on record his request that the government consider establishing an independent inquiry. That is a matter for the government rather than the chair. If he requires any further advice on pursuing this issue, he may wish to seek guidance from the clerks. We now move on to the 10-minute rule motion. Sally Jameson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to provide that any criminal proceedings set down for trial may not be adjourned by reason of absence of or discharge of a juror where the number of members of the jury is not reduced below 9 and/or for connected purposes. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am introducing this bill today that seeks to introduce a gap in our justice system, one that has caused profound and lasting harm to victims. This bill proposes that any criminal proceedings set down for trial should not be adjourned solely due to absence or discharge of a juror, provided that the number of jurors does not fall below 9. It is a practical and measured reform, but one that is rooted in a deeply human story. The reason for this bill comes from a truly harrowing experience of one of my constituents. While I will not name her today, she has consented that I share her story so that others may be spared the same injustice. At a young age, she was a victim of an appalling crime, one that no person, let alone a child, should ever have to endure. In time, she came to realise that she was not alone. There were many other victims, children who had suffered at the hands of a man in a position of power and trust, a man who abused that trust in the most abhorrent way. Years later, my constituent and others showed immense courage. They made the brave decision to speak out, to relive their trauma in pursuit of justice. Eventually, a trial date was set. That date represented more than a legal proceeding. It was their chance to be heard, their chance for accountability, and their chance for justice. When the day of the trial finally arrived, all the victims attended. It was, as you could imagine, an emotional and deeply traumatic step. They had waited years for that moment. The defendant by then was elderly and in poor health, but he was also present. On the first day of the trial, one juror fell ill. Despite this, there was still enough jurors for the trial to proceed, and because there was a legal minimum. My constituent recounts that the judge consulted the defendant, who, unsurprisingly, stated that he did not wish the trial to go ahead. What is far more troubling, however, is that the views of the victims were not sought or considered. They were not asked whether they wanted it to proceed, despite everything they had endured to reach that point. Instead, the judge ruled that the trial would be postponed. A new date was set, but that was over a year later. But 5 weeks before that date arrived, the defendant died. In this case, Madam Deputy Speaker, justice delayed was justice denied. My constituent will now never have her day in court. She will never stand to testify to the horror she endured, and she will never see the man who caused her such unimaginable pain face justice. And she is not alone. Many other victims in this case were also let down. This bill seeks to ensure that such an injustice does not happen again. The government is rightly working to reduce court delays, and progress is being made, and I congratulate the Minister on the front bench for all the work she is doing to see change in this area. However, as things stand, there remain victims and indeed defendants on remand whose cases risk being delayed unnecessarily for reasons such as this, and that must change. Of course, there will always be exceptional circumstances in which a judge may need to exercise discretion and delay proceedings. This bill does not remove that judicial judgment, but it does establish a clear presumption that where the minimum number of jurors remains, the trial should proceed. Because at the heart of this issue is not procedures, but people. People who have already waited too long, suffered too much and deserve better from our justice system. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a modest reform, but it carries significant consequences. It's about efficiency, fairness and, above all, justice.
The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Joe Morris, Emma Foodie, Annalise Midgley, Lawrence Turner, Sean Davies, Katrina Murray, Alex McIntyre, Adam Thompson, Jonathan Hinder, Andrew Cooper, Sarah Russell and myself.
Sally Jameson.
Criminal Proceedings, Juror Absence Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday, 26th of June.
Friday, the 26th of June. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Pension Schemes Bill. Consideration of Lord's message.
Now.
We will begin with the government motion relating to Lord's Reason 88D as set out in the notice paper, with which it will be convenient to consider all the other Lord's amendments, government motions and amendments. I call the Minister to move the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank members and peers for the continued scrutiny of the bill before us. Our task today is to focus on the limited outstanding areas of disagreement, although that should not detract from the consensus that sits behind this bill, behind the case for a better pension landscape that sees bigger, better pension schemes focused on delivering stronger returns for savers. On the issues that remain before us, I hope that members and peers will see that we have listened to the points that they have raised and that we have brought forward amendments that directly address what we have heard, while of course holding to the core principles of delivering against the Labour manifesto that was clear on our policy intent around scale and productive investment. Now, firstly, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me turn to the reserve power on asset allocation. Last week, I set out that the government's case for a power at some length, and we will spare the House a full repetition today. There is a I know, but there's so much more to discuss. We won't have time for the honourable member's hair to be discussed if I offer a full statement. So, but in brief, since he's asked, there is a well-evidenced collective action problem in the defined contribution pensions market. Providers want to diversify their asset allocations in their members' long-term interests and in the interests of better pensions for savers, but they are clear publicly and even more emphatically in private that market dynamics which focus on minimising cost rather than maximising long-term value for savers are the single biggest barrier to doing so. That is not a theoretical risk, it is exactly why so little progress was made against the Mansion House Compact under the last government. The reserve power exists for the sole purpose of solving this problem. Last week we brought forward changes to make this absolutely explicit, writing the industry-set Mansion House Accord targets into the primary legislation through the 10% and 5% caps and requiring any regulations to operate neutrally across asset classes. These were designed to make clear on the face of the bill that the power can only be used in line with what the industry itself has committed to. The cap prohibits any move beyond the Accord targets. The neutrality requirement rules out the possibility that any government could direct investments into a particular asset or asset classes. But as is plain, however, we have not reached agreement across two houses as yet. Rather than simply restating our position today, the government is bringing forward a further package of changes. First, bringing forward the current sunset date for the reserve power from 2035 to 2032. The Mansion House Accord commits the industry to reaching its targets by 2030, and bringing the sunset clause forward aligns the power more closely with that timeline. If the power has not been exercised by the end of 2032, it falls away entirely. Second, because the power only has one purpose, we are providing that the power may only be exercised once. Third, and I want the House to understand the significance of this, we are providing not just for the power, but any effects of it to fully fall away at the end of 2035. That goes beyond the sunset clause I've just described. It means that even if the power has been used, the entire framework and any requirements on schemes fall away at the end of 2035. This timeline reflects that once the cultural shift has occurred and the impacts of the Mansion House Accord are embedded, the collective action problem falls away. At that point, other elements of this bill, greater scale, the impacts of the VFM framework, will also help sustain the change. I also want to return to a point made by the Honourable Member for Faversham and Mid-Kent in our previous debate. She observed correctly that the bill referred to assets held in default funds as a whole, whereas the Mansion House Accord applies only to main default funds. As the policy is intended to reflect the Accord, the legislation would ideally use the same language, so we have therefore tabled amendments to ensure that that is the case throughout the relevant provisions, and the percentage cap has been retabled with the same wording, and I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for pressing this point last week. Let me be clear about what the House is being asked to consider today. A reserve power that is highly constrained and narrowly focused on solving a very specific problem. It is capped at the Accord targets, it provides for absolute neutrality amongst private asset classes, the government cannot direct investments, and it explicitly only applies to main default funds, more explicitly matching the language used in the Accord. The power's timeline also matches tightly that of the Accord. It can only be used once and lapses entirely in 2035 if not used. And even if used, is unlikely, but even if used, the entire regime is repealed at the end of 2035. And on top of all of that, it remains subject to the saver's interest test, the affirmative procedure, and the statutory reporting requirements both before and after any regulations are made. Of course.
I congratulate my honourable friend for stewarding this with such expertise, and I very much hope that the cultural change that he is hoping for does deliver a change that sticks, and we don't then just get an unwinding of the repatriation of UK investment. But a necessary corollary of what he is proposing is a fiduciary duty and a fiduciary code that allows pension fund trustees real clarity in investing in a wide range of investments that are good for the long-term health of the savers that, whose investments they're stewarding. It was unfortunate that the other place rejected the government amendment that would have allowed a new statutory code to be implemented. Will he confirm today that the technical working group that he has set up to revise that code is going to proceed? And will he commit to the House today to bring forward further amendments to future legislation to actually give effect to the ambition that he set out in reply to my debate on New Clause 17?
Well, I thank the right honourable my friend for his question. I obviously share his frustration at some developments in the Lords on that place, not least because some of those who chose to vote against the proposed amendments that would have introduced statutory guidance in the way that he set out are people that have spent years calling for exactly that statutory guidance, but that is for them to answer for. For the part of the government, we will be proceeding with the work for drafting that guidance. The technical working group is well underway and doing good work to provide that clarity to the industry, and we will come forward with proposals for putting that on a statutory basis in the months and years ahead. Now, as I was saying, the timeline also matches tightly that of the Accord, and I hope everybody can see that this framework is a long way from the characterisation of this power that we have occasionally heard. I do understand that there are members in this House and peers in the other place who would prefer the power not to exist at all, and I respect that view, but I do not share it. Because the evidence of the collective action problem is clear, we have lived it, and because I have listened and heard no alternative proposal that would address it, and because of where the consequences of not addressing it fall, on pension savers, on the people who are relying on their defined contribution savings for a comfortable retirement. That is not a risk the government is prepared to take. The elected House has now considered this question twice. On both occasions, it has overwhelmingly endorsed the case for the reserve power to deliver our manifesto commitments in this area. The government has listened to the concerns raised in the other place and has responded, not with warm words, but with real concessions, changes to primary legislation that directly address the arguments made. I hope now that members here and peers will now accept that the government has moved significantly and provided the assurances they have been seeking. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I turn next to Lords Amendments 35B. This would require the Secretary of State, when making regulations across the scale measures and those for default arrangements, to have regard to the benefits of competition amongst providers of pension schemes. The Government, of course, supports the importance of competition as the market moves towards scale, and has done so in the Bill's provisions. This is already a highly competitive market, and the new entrant pathway is designed to ensure it remains so. The same goal is reflected in the scheme's ability to open new default arrangements. However, we have heard the arguments that have been made during debates, and I recognise the desire in the other place to see this commitment feature in the bill. This is why I have tabled an amendment in lieu to 35B to set out that the Secretary of State, in setting regulations in respect of both the scale measures and those relating to default arrangements, must have regard to the importance of competition and innovation. This amendment delivers on the proposals from the other place, but with an appropriately holistic approach to the issues which a Secretary of State will need to have regard to in the years ahead. This reflects that all of our ultimate focus is of course on delivering the best outcomes for members, which competition in the market is one important driver of. So under the Government's amendment, regulations will need to have regard not just to scale, but to competition and innovation alongside effective governance. And the explanatory notes will also make this clear. Madam Deputy Speaker, I now turn to Lords Amendment 37B. The case for scale has been made, and both houses have broadly agreed with the benefits that it brings. Indeed, all main parties are on record as recognising the key role of scale in delivering better outcomes for savers. We all made those arguments, recognising that moves towards scale would always mean some schemes exiting the market, because we collectively prioritise the need to deliver for those who work hard to save for retirement, and we must ensure that they are saving into schemes which can deliver better outcomes. Scale drives lower costs, better governance, investment expertise, and a balance sheet that can provide a more diverse portfolio for their savers, improving overall outcomes in the longer term. This focus on scale was very explicitly laid out in our manifesto, and the evidence for the approach we are taking was detailed in the Pensions Investment Review. The Lords Amendment in front of us today pays too little attention to that evidence and to that manifesto. It would also be unworkable in practice, enmeshing regulators in years of legal proceedings while leaving providers and savers in limbo. However, I have listened to arguments in this House and the other place that the innovation for members that some smaller schemes offer should not be dismissed. I absolutely agree, which was a key reason why our approach to ensuring a scale is achieved has been so pragmatic. Of course.
I thank the Minister for giving way. I don't claim to be a huge expert on pensions, which may be why I made comments about the Shadow Minister's hair rather than focus on the points last week. But something that I know that pensions in my I will do it again because it is fantastic. But I would just say that pensions in my constituent of Harlow are really passionate about ensuring that they get the best returns for their pension. That's hugely important. But also, as we heard from the Paymaster General in the previous statement, that pension is secure. So what reassurance can he give pensions in my constituent of Harlow that the provisions that are being set out by the government today and have been previously set out by the Minister in this place, because I was here last week, will give that best return, but also that security to pensioners?
Well, as always, my honourable friend asks a good question, an important question. And as I said, the entire focus of the bill is making sure that we drive up those returns for savers. I would direct him, I'm sure he has already read the very extensive impact assessment of this bill, all 200-odd pages of it, which set out clearly that we would expect an average saver, on average earner over their lifetime saving in line with auto-enrolment levels to see high returns of around £29,000 to their pension pot at the point at which they head towards retirement. That is a not inconsequential amount in a world where we want to make sure that future generations can trust a system to deliver them a comfortable retirement in the years ahead. But let me come on to what I was saying about how we take forward some of the questions raised, because as I say, the Lords Amendments are unworkable, but we do need to recognise the importance of innovation. That is why we've taken the pragmatic approach we have, because the evidence suggests that the benefits of scale are achieved once a threshold ranging from £25 to £50 billion worth of assets is reached. The scale requirements in the bill not only target the bottom end of that range, £25 billion, but provide a long timeline for schemes to reach it, especially given that this is a fast-growing market. Smaller schemes only require £10 billion worth of assets in 2030 to qualify for the transition pathway. To provide further reassurance, I have tabled an amendment in lieu to Lord's Amendment 37B to require the Secretary of State to publish a report about the effect of pension schemes consolidation and the extent to which innovative product designs are adopted or maintained following consolidation activity, as well as any barriers that may exist to preserving those features. The timing of this report, which is required to be published within 12 months, will ensure the Government would then be able to take action as needed in advance of the scale measures being commenced in 2030. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me turn to the Lords Amendments 77 and 85. The Government agrees with the points made during the Bill's passage regarding the importance of transparency around and clear accounting for public service pensions. And I've also discussed these issues yesterday with the Baroness who tabled these amendments. I completely agree with her that it is crucial that the future costs of payments from unfunded pension schemes are understood and taken into account in government decision-making. That applies to the Treasury in aggregate, but it also applies in the case of individual organisations making decisions about the nature and the levels of staffing. We will continue to ensure accounting and budgetary processes support this, and we also invite the House to agree the Government's amendment in lieu that we have proposed. This recognises the important principle that Parliament, policymakers and the public should be able to see clearly the long-term costs of unfunded public service pension schemes. The amendment requires the Government Actuary to produce a document within 12 months that sets out their analysis of the long-term impacts of public sector pensions, covering both expenditure on benefits and income from member contributions. This document must be provided to the Treasury and to the Office for Budget Responsibility, with the former required to make it available to Parliament. This approach is focused on the evidence-based, using the Government Actuary to produce impartial numbers to aid understanding and debates on this issue. Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope members will have heard today serious engagement with the issues raised by the peers in the other place and opposition parties in this House. We are committed to delivering the policy intent in the bill, given its crucial role in driving better outcomes for savers and the important place given to these pension reforms in our 2024 manifesto. But we have brought forward significant amendments to address the specific issues raised, aiming to further reinforce the consensus about this bill that has been on display from its second reading in this House. And I hope members will on that basis be happy to support our amendments today. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this House insists on its disagreement with the Lords Amendments 15 to 24, 27, 30 to 34, 36, 38 to 42, 83 and 88. Insists on its amendments 88A and 88C to the words restored to the bill by that disagreement. Does not insist on its amendment 88B to the words so restored to the bill, but proposes amendments A to J to the words so restored to the bill. Shadow Secretary of State Helen Wade.
What a difference a week makes. Last Wednesday, when the Honourable Gentleman rose to conclude our debate, he delivered what I can only describe as a tirade from the dispatch box. In response to serious and considered concerns, not just mine and my honourable friends over this side, but also the noble lords and many respective voices and from across industry. We were met not with answers, but with accusations. We were told that these concerns were nonsense on stilts. He said I'd been infected by my party. If by that he means that I have strong opinions, that I believe in a smaller state, that government doesn't have all the answers and often needs to get out of the way, I have to break the news to him. I've held those views for many years. I came to Parliament after a career in business. I knew my views then, and I still know them now. I thought he could and should do better, and I'm glad since then, in fact, he has. His tone has shifted, and I'm grateful for the discussions the Minister has had with me and my team. His engagement has been constructive, and we have indeed made progress. Madam Deputy Speaker, coming to the amendments since our last debate, I welcome the Government's commitments on the Local Government Pension Scheme. A faster and wider review of the triennial valuation by the Government Actuaries Department is sensible and significant. If that review is to be meaningful, it must focus on what actually drives employer contribution rates, and we welcome that Government has now recognised that. Secondly, today, the Government has committed, in its amendment in lieu of Lady Neville-Rolfe's Amendment 77, to examine the costs and sustainability of public sector pensions. That too is welcome. That review should consider questions of intergenerational fairness, long-term sustainability, and how best to protect the benefits already promised, particularly at a time when demands on the state are rising and taxpayers are being asked to contribute more than ever. Now to the question of scale. The bill, as drafted, assumes if schemes offer a strong proposition and good member outcomes, there is nothing to stop them growing. We disagree. It is not that simple. For instance, it is exceptionally difficult to win new business in today's market if you're not already an incumbent or large insurer. Market structure, capital requirements and regulatory constraints all act as significant barriers to growth. While pursuing the objective of scale, the government must avoid entrenching advantage at the expense of performance. That would not serve the interests of members. And it is on that basis that we tabled our amendments in the other place. The intention behind the amendments, indeed the intention of the other place, was to preserve the government's policy objective, but to connect it to the underlying aim, which is not scale in its own right, but to improve outcomes for members. Scale is a means to that end, but not the only means, and size alone does not equal success. Take a football club. A larger club may have greater resources, a bigger stadium, more expensive players, larger crowds, but none of that guarantees results on the pitch. I am told that one need look no further than Tottenham Hotspur. We welcome the government's amendment in this area, so that when regulations are developed, member outcomes will be placed front and centre, and returns, not just scale, will count. What the government has brought forward today is not perfect, but it is a significant step in the right direction. The review amendment is also welcome. It introduces a post-legislative reporting requirement on scale, which will allow this House to hold the government to account for the real-world impact of these reforms. Unfortunately, this is where agreement ends, and I suspect the Minister knows that. So let us turn directly to the elephant in the room, mandation. The Minister has advanced a number of arguments in its defence, and I will take them in turn. First, he said that this is a natural extension of the Mansion House Agreement. It is not. A voluntary agreement between willing participants is one thing. A legal requirement imposed across an entire sector is another. Secondly, he has said that this is merely a reserve power, one the government has no intention of using. But a reserve power does not sit harmlessly on the shelf. It shapes behaviour. And I think, in truth, the Minister accepts that. He has said as much to me before, that the power will achieve its ends without even needing to be turned on, so to speak. Because the moment a voluntary agreement is backed by the threat of law, it ceases to be voluntary in any meaningful sense. Which leads us to his central claim, that mandation is necessary to solve a collective action problem, that while the sector recognises the case for higher return investments, no individual scheme is willing to move first. Now, that is a serious argument, but mandation is the wrong conclusion. He says industry agrees with him on mandation, but no. The industry agrees with the diagnosis, the problem I've just set out. They don't agree with his solution.
Exactly.
A collective action problem is not in itself a justification for state compulsion. It is a signal that incentives are misaligned. And when incentives are misaligned, the answer is not to override the system, it is to fix it. Exactly. Make it rational to be the first mover or an early adopter. Yes. And the truth is, parts of the solution are in this bill. The pensions dashboard giving savers visibility and with it agency. The value for money framework helping employers choose schemes they can justify to their employees on the basis of returns, not just fees. These are ways to tackle the problem, through informed choice, competitive pressure and a market that works, not through direction from the centre by the dead hand of the state. Madam Deputy Speaker, today we've also heard the Minister reach for one last defence, strangely late in the day, claiming that mandation was in the Labour Party manifesto. It was not. There is no mention of mandation, no reference to reserve power, no suggestion of asset allocation powers of this kind. The Labour manifesto did talk about adopting reforms to workplace pensions to deliver better outcomes. But let us be clear, mandation does not do that. It undermines fiduciary duty. It puts trustees in an impossible position, forced to choose between their legal duty to members and direction from ministers, and could lead to lower returns. And if the Minister says in his wrap-up that government already intervenes and that there are all manner of regulations shaping trustee behaviour, of course there are, but there is a fundamental difference. Regulation protects the process, mandation dictates the outcome.
Exactly.
That is the difference. That is the line this bill crosses. So this cannot be justified, still less legitimised, by a manifesto commitment that was in fact never made. Now, I do appreciate the Minister's attempt to offer an olive branch on mandation, several olive branches, in fact. Firstly, last week we had an amendment to constrain his originally unlimited and undefined mandation power, a power which meant he could direct up to 100% of default pension fund savings to be invested in assets of his choice. It was extraordinary, he recognised that, and amended it to limit it to up to 10% requirement for investment in private markets and up to 5% in the UK. And he took some steps to limit the government's ability to cherry-pick specific sectors or geographies. This week, we have a flurry of concessions. We have revisions to the sunset clause, firstly bringing forward the date when the mandation power lapses if it has not been used from 2035 to 2032. Secondly, the entire regime will be repealed at the end of 2035. So, as drafted, the mandation threat won't hang over the sector indefinitely. Though the fact is, once this power is on the statute book, amending it, for instance, to extend those dates, is a whole lot easier than if you'd never even crossed this Rubicon. He has also introduced an amendment to limit the government to only exercising the mandation power once, giving them just one opportunity to set the asset allocation requirement. I recognise that gives more certainty and less risk of moving goalposts to the industry. And he has also had the amendment from last week updated to constrain the scope of mandation to main default funds rather than all defaults. The problem I set out last Wednesday, I believe, was inadvertent, and as he acknowledged in his remarks earlier, has amended, and so I appreciate that. So like last week's amendments, today's amendments again make the mandation power in the bill less bad. They constrain it in terms of timing and scope, but they do not solve the problem, because the problem is not the percentage, it's not the threshold, and it's not the duration of the power. The problem is the principle. Yeah. And if something is wrong in principle, it does not become right in smaller doses. Madam Deputy Speaker, mandation will not guarantee better returns, contrary to what the Minister continues to claim. It may force trustees to take decisions that are not in savers' best interest, decisions driven not by judgment, not by duty, but by direction. And when you replace fiduciary judgment with political instruction this way, you don't strengthen outcomes, you put them at risk. The Minister and I agree that we want to see more investment by pension funds in the UK, and we want to see better returns for savers. The industry backs that aim too. That's why they did the Mansion House Accord. But to be clear, when he says he has the industry backing for this, there is a distinction to be made between the industry saying they agree there's a problem and being willing to work to solve it, and the solution he is seeking to impose. He has put the fear into them that this bill may fall and all manner of threats to pressure them to come into line. But I say to him, I will not be cowed by him. And they have told me to my face that the pensions industry does not back mandation. Exactly. So I say to the Minister, yet again, pension pots belong to the people who have worked, earned and saved. It is their money, not the government's. Ministers in Whitehall should not have the power to dictate what people's pension savings are invested in. As Ronald Reagan once put it, the 9 most terrifying words in the English language: I'm from the government and I'm here to help. This is an extraordinary hill for the Minister to choose to die on. Mandation was never put to voters, never had the backing of industry, and should not be forced through Parliament now. I urge the Minister to think again.
Yeah.
Order, order. I will now announce the result of today's deferred division. Draft Energy Prices Act 2022, Extension of Time Limit Regulations 2026. The ayes were 380, the noes were 7. So the ayes have it. I call Liam Byrne.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just want to rise to say a couple of things in support of the Minister, who I think has done a heroic job at not only laying the intellectual architecture for this legislation out before he got to this House, but for so expertly steering this legislation through while he has been in the House. And I wish him all the very best this afternoon in finishing the job. There are just 3 points, Madam Deputy Speaker, really, that I wanted to make. The first is that the measures the Minister has set out this afternoon really are essential in if we are to pursue the long-term interests of pension savers in this country, because it is in their fundamental interest that they live and retire in an economy that is growing faster in the years to come. The only way in which we are going to collectively achieve that is if we raise the investment rate in this country. Our investment rate has, for a long time, been the lowest in the G7. It is now improving. It is now the second lowest in the G7. And it is for exactly that purpose that members on both sides of this House made the argument that we need to repatriate investment saving in this country. The fact is, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we have got to resolve this paradox that on the one hand, we have £3 trillion worth of pension savings, but on the other, we have some of the world's best life science, the best universities, the best entrepreneurs, but we do not have the investment institutions and systems that connect the long-term savings to that brilliant tradition of entrepreneurial genius. And unless we fix that long-standing paradox, then this country is not going to grow faster in the country. And that's not, I will in a moment, that's not a Labour analysis. That was analysis that was first advanced by the former Conservative Chancellor. Now, if we manage to get that right, the investment rate in this country will go up and the economy will grow faster in the years to come, and therefore there is not a cost to the savings of Britain pension savers. It will actually be to their advantage. But I give way to the Honourable Lady.
For giving way. I mean, as I think he will have heard in my speech, there's widespread agreement that we want to see more investment by pension funds in the UK. The debate is about whether mandation is the way to achieve that, firstly. But secondly, actually the Minister's main argument for the mandation powers isn't about investment in the UK. It's about solving a collective action first mover problem, about trying to improve returns and the risk that that will put up costs to pension funds and for savers. And that's what he's really arguing, rather than the point that the Honourable Gentleman, the Right Honourable Gentleman, making about investment in the UK.
Because the Honourable Lady makes my second point for me, which is that it's just not good enough to will the ends and not the means. The reality is that after all the heroic work of the former Conservative Chancellor, built on very ably by the current Chancellor of the Exchequer to advance the Mansion House Accord and the Sterling 20, the reality is that the repatriation of savings, long-term savings, into our country is going at a snail's pace. And if we want to deliver it by a timetable on which we both agreed, then frankly, we are going to need a little bit of encouragement to the industry, which is exactly the provision that the Minister is proposing. I give way.
For giving way. And he raises so many really important points, a lot of which we agree with. And that is why we put forward an amendment to try to understand what the problem was. And this amendment was there at the, I think it was report stage, which actually specifically went out to ask, why are these pension funds not investing into the UK? What is it, legislative, is it regulatory, or is it cultural? The government voted against that. The government voted against exactly the work that we needed to do to understand exactly what this problem is. Could he possibly explain why?
To the Honourable Gentleman, my own analysis of what is going to be needed. And indeed, this is part of a wider Business and Trade Select Committee inquiry, which is going to produce a report in a couple of weeks' time on how we transform the investment environment in this country. But the reality is there is a shared ambition on both sides of the House in order to ensure that we fix this long-standing paradox. My judgment is that the measures the Minister is proposing are absolutely essential if we are to deliver on that by the early 2030s. And it's just not good enough to try and persuade Britain's pension funds through sheer mind powers alone to repatriate the kind of investment that they are proposing. But by taking the approach that the Minister is proposing, we do stand a better chance. Then my last point, as I mentioned in my intervention, is to say to the Minister that I am heartened to hear his commitment at the dispatch box that we will proceed with reform of that clarification of fiduciary duties, because too many pension fund trustees today lack the legal certainty that they can make strategic long-term investments which are in the best interests of their pension savers and will create a higher return on investment in this country by investing in things like net zero infrastructure and other virtuous investments good for the long-term growth of the economy. And it is disappointing that Lib Dem peers and others voted against the provision in the other place and prevented the government bringing in the necessary amendments. But I am reassured by the Minister's commitment this afternoon that he will seek a further legislative opportunity at the earliest opportunity in the next session. But with that, Madam Deputy Speaker, I add my support to the Minister's ambitions this afternoon.
I call Liberal Democrat spokesperson Steve Darling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And Liberal Democrats broadly support the proposals before us today as far as the bill as a whole. And I know in conversations with residents of mine in Torbay, there are some challenges within the pensions market, and the bill as a whole addresses an awful lot of those. However, I suggest that the Minister has been studying his Greek history and donned the position of Odysseus and developed a Trojan horse before us this afternoon that he sneaked into this bill, and the Trojan horse is, of course, mandation. And whilst he may have cut off a couple of legs of the Trojan horse, it still remains a Trojan horse that is before us. Clearly, as Liberal Democrats, we welcome that step in the right direction. But what we should be doing, and what the government should be doing, is shaping the market appropriately through the policies that you put out there, so that there is this pipeline of opportunities for investments, and then that goes across to the Mansion House Accord, where the market then has these opportunities and is able then to invest in them appropriately. I think there's also an element that we need to touch on, which is since 2008, there has been a risk aversion within the market, which then stifles profits. And so we need to be very alive to that risk is a good thing when investing, but making sure that you invest sensibly and with appropriate spreads. And this bill does elements of that, but I do fear that some of the monitoring of this could actually stifle risk and therefore stifle returns. As Liberal Democrats, we're also keen to make sure that there are opportunities here, and this is where the government should be ensuring that there are baskets of opportunities to invest in things that matter to our communities, whether it's regenerating our town centres, social rented housing. We know people like L&G already lead the market in those investments. We need to think of how we can enhance those opportunities, and also making sure that we're investing in net zero, something we know that is close to a number of parties' hearts within this House. And again, that is opportunities that the government should be shaping the market in that way rather than dictating. And it is that, whilst there may be a one-shot opportunity that the Minister is now alluding to, it is that thin end of the wedge is, I'm sure, what other colleagues are fearful of, that we're seeing with that mandation that we've had before us throughout this bill. Finally, I'd like to reflect on the changes that the Minister has proposed, and we welcome those around allowing greater innovation and greater development of the market there. Those are significant steps in the right direction. However, in conclusion, I would say as Liberal Democrats, we are not prepared to see the dead hand of government directing here, and we continue to oppose mandation in whatever form it may take. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and to the members from across the House who have contributed to the debate today. Let me respond to a few of the comments that have been made directly. I welcome the Shadow Secretary of State's much of her remarks. I'm glad that she's welcomed many of the government's amendments, including those on the public sector pensions and around innovation and competition. And I appreciate that, and I hope when these issues are debated in the Lords in the near future, there'll be a similar consensus across that House. She raised the question of scale, and again, I'm glad she's welcomed the review that we put in place to take place within 12 months of the bill being commenced. On scale, I'm a bit more confident than she is in terms of the role of small schemes to grow, because we can see in the market today very significant growth right across the market, including amongst small schemes, partly because the market itself is growing so fast in the current climate. But I offer no comment on her pessimism about Tottenham Hotspur. That's for others to speak on. As she, to be fair, set out, the main area of disagreement that remains is around the reserve power. She raised the question of the accord and whether or not it applied to the whole industry. She's correct, it doesn't apply to the whole industry, but it does cover 90% of DC assets held within the industry. So we are talking about not just a majority, but the absolute overwhelming majority of the industry. She raised the question of the Labour manifesto. The Labour manifesto set out two focuses on pensions. One was around the question of scale, to which we have just touched, and I think is a matter of cross-party consensus. And the second, which again I think is actually a matter of cross-party consensus, is on the importance of delivering change in terms of investment in productive assets, in private assets. That is exactly the focus both of the Mansion House Accord and of the reserve power. She said the power was about directing specific outcomes. As I've been setting out, it absolutely does not do that. It won't allow any direction of savers into particular assets or into particular asset classes. It offers no ability. It offers no ability for government to take control of pension savers' pensions, and I think it's actually dangerous leaving members of the public hearing remarks like that when that is categorically not the case. She's right, though, and I'll say this, and this maybe gets to the crux slightly of where we are. She's absolutely right to say that the money belongs to savers. That is what this is about. That is what we all agree about. What we want to see is higher returns to savers. And the industry is telling us that acting and diversifying their range of assets is in their savers' interest, and they are admitting that they have not done so to date. So there is no, they have not. It is no. It is that's what the industry is saying. Savers are not saying, because savers do not have that choice because they are intermediated by providers, some of which have trustees and some of which do not. That is the underlying point. They're saying they need to see that change happen, and they are saying it hasn't happened, and we've seen it not happen. Implicitly, what that is saying is that members are losing out from the status quo. And what I'm not hearing from the party opposite is a serious engagement with that reality that has let down savers. Now, I'll come to the Honourable's point about his previous amendment shortly. Now, I want to come to my right honourable friend from Birmingham, Hodge Hill and Solihull North, not least because he admirably clearly set out the big challenge facing Britain, which is to turn this country back into a country that invests in its own future once again. That does mean higher investment. It is not acceptable that Britain has seen both the second lowest public investment in the G7 under the previous government and by far the lowest business investment in the G7 under the last government. Not some years, but almost every single year. That is the challenge that I think we all want to see addressed. Part of the issue that is being raised about whether this is about UK assets or it's about private finance, I think is overdone, because what we see around the world is a higher home bias amongst private asset investments than we see amongst public asset investments, for all the obvious reasons about the comparative advantage of different investors in those situations. But he also rightly, and I think this again is part of a cross-party consensus, that moving to that higher investment world overwhelmingly is not about pensions. It's about much wider changes. It's about making sure that actual investment happens so firms can actually get things built. That's why this government has come in and provided the go-ahead for solar farms, wind farms, national grid investments, nuclear power stations that have been held up for too long. That's what a higher investment country looks like. That's what we need to be getting on with. And I've got a nugget of good news to bring him on that. If you go and look, and I know everybody in this room is spending their time doing this, but go and look at the investment levels in the national accounts, and what you will see is that since the election, Britain has seen the fastest investment growth of any country in the G7. So that is what they're starting to deliver against what we've set out is our core objective, which is turning Britain back into a higher investment country. Now, the member for Wyre Forest did raise his previous amendment, which was asking for a review for the reasons about why schemes say it would be in savers' interest and have not done it. The problem is that we have had a lot of reviews. The ABI has written some, published them, explaining why the previous government's attempt with the Mansion House Compact didn't work. So we have the answer. I'm afraid he just doesn't want to engage with what he is being told. No, of course.
So on both sides of this House, we are going with the grain of what is intended on this. There is a fundamental problem. We all agree there is a fundamental problem. But let's get the issues out of the way that are blocking it. You can't force people into a minefield if the mines are still there. You've got to clear the mines and allow them to go along and do it. This is the most fundamental point. The government should not be telling pension fund managers how and where to invest their money. If there is a problem that they're going to encounter, get the problems out of the way and they'll go into those assets.
I'm afraid the honourable member has just revealed his lack of focus on what's actually going on. Pension schemes from around the world are investing in British private assets. It's UK pension schemes that are not. But the honourable member implied there were minefields investing in Britain. It's that kind of talking down Britain that is the problem. What we are doing is making sure that there is a pipeline. We are making sure there is a robust pipeline of investments. Is absolutely right. Of course.
Honourable gentleman for giving way, but I think we all on this side of the chamber would be keen to understand, if he's so confident that pension funds will invest, why he doesn't make it a choice rather than a mandate.
Exactly.
I fear the honourable lady hasn't sat through enough of the sessions. Her own front bench earlier have exactly engaged with some of the arguments I've made, exactly explaining the points she's raised. I would just say, go and have a look at what Australian pension schemes are doing, investing in UK infrastructure. Go and look at what is happening when US investors are investing in UK venture capital. Why is that happening? And it's not because of differential tax breaks. There are very strong tax incentives. No, it is because of a history of not having the collective action problem that we have set out. And the fact that the front bench opposite doesn't wish to engage with that is holding us back. Now, I want to move on to I'm going to make some progress now because we're going to run out of time. Now, OK, of course.
Thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. It's just on the ABI report that he referred to, because he's referred to this before. And yes, the ABI has agreed with the diagnosis of the problem, as I set out, the diagnosis of collective action problem, but they do not agree with mandation as the remedy. I think he needs to be clear about that.
Exactly.
So I think the truth is there's a range of opinion within ABI members about that. But what there is agreement across the industry is about the need to deliver change. But I want to come to some of the comments made by the honourable member for Torbay, who again kindly didn't refer to the Lib Dem manifesto, and it's called not just for reserve power but for a call for direction of pension scheme assets into certain asset classes. I do gently say that it's a shame to not see him engage with the substance rather than taking the easy option of offering kind of high-level throwaway comments about a thing that he indeed had in his own manifesto. But on the plus side, he's right to say that the pipeline to invest in is important. And that is the issue there is different in different sectors. Within the infrastructure sector, it's obviously about having a country that is delivering actual infrastructure. Within venture capital, it's about making sure that there's easier intermediation for pension schemes into a market which they have less experience of. So we are doing exactly that. That is what the Sterling 20 process is doing. I see very good engagement between pension schemes right across the board on that. Every chief executive I speak to is engaging with exactly those questions that he raises. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I said, this bill has received detailed scrutiny over the past year, and it's a better bill for it. Today we have brought forward amendments that, subject to delivering the core pension reform programme of the elected government, respond to the detailed points raised by peers in the other place. With those improvements, this is a bill that industry, worker representative and charities wish to see passed into law. The TEC have said it's vital the bill is passed so that workers can start to benefit. Age UK have said the measures in the bill will help both today's and tomorrow's pensioners, and it's important these can be implemented as soon as possible. Aviva have welcomed today's amendments and said, we hope this is enough to build the consensus needed for the bill to be passed. The ABI have said that they and their members are clear that we want the bill to pass. They are right, and I commend the government's position today to the House.
The question is that this House insists on its disagreement with Lord's Amendments 15 to 24, 27, 30 to 34, 36, 38 to 42, 83 and 88.
Okay. Can we have a separate vote on 88?
Let me put the question first, please. It insists on its amendments 88A and 88C to the words restored to the bill by that disagreement. Does not insist on its amendment 88B to the words so restored to the bill, but proposes amendments A to J to the words so restored to the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
To the contrary, no.
No!
I think division, clear the lobby. The order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no.
No!
Tellers for the ayes, Deirdre Costigan, Taiwo Watami. Tellers for the noes, James Wilde, Rebecca Smith.
Okay.
Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 272. The noes to the left, 149.
The ayes to the right were 272. The noes to the left were 149. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to the motion to disagree with the Lords in their amendments 37B and 37C, but proposes amendments A and B in lieu. I call the Minister to move the motion. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their amendments 37B and 37C, but proposes amendments A and B in lieu. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with the Lords in their amendment 35B, but proposes amendments A and B in lieu. I call the Minister to move the motion. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their amendment 35B, but proposes amendments A and B in lieu. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with the Lords in their amendments 77 and 85, but proposes amendments A to C in lieu. I call the Minister to move the motion. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their amendments 77 and 85 and proposes amendments A to C in lieu. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes consideration of the Lord's message on the Pension Schemes Bill. Point of order, Helen Waitley.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The last division we voted on was on a motion proposed by the government that grouped a series of amendments with which we agreed, alongside amendments on mandation with which we had strong disagreements. Can I ask, Madam Deputy Speaker, what steps can be taken to bring about a separate division on the mandation clauses with which we disagree?
I thank the honourable member for her point of order. The content of the motions is a matter for the government. I can reassure her that they would not have appeared on the order paper unless they were in order. The government front bench have heard what she has had to say. If she would like any further advice on procedure, I recommend that she contact the Public Bill Office. Point of order, Matt Weston.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank you for granting it. Apologies for not giving you due notice. But I've just, given the events of recent days and some of the debates that have been called, I just wonder when we can get an update from the ISC Committee, the Intelligence and Security Committee, on the work that they're undertaking and when we expect an update from them on their findings regarding Mandelson papers.
The honourable member for his point of order. That is not a matter for the chair, that is a matter for the committee. Clark.
Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill, considerations of Lord's message.
Now. I must draw the House's attention to the fact that Lord's Amendment 38X engages Commons financial privilege. If this Lord's Amendment is agreed to, I will cause the customary entry waiving Commons financial privilege to be entered in the Journal. We will begin with the Government motion to insist on Amendment 38J and disagree with the Lords in their amendments 38V to 38X, with which it will be convenient to consider all the other Lords' amendments, Government motions and amendments. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am pleased to speak on the Children Wellbeing and Schools Bill for our third consideration of Lord's amendments. The bill we have before us is the biggest single piece of child protection legislation in a generation, and it will put in place a package of support to drive high and rising standards throughout our education and care system so that every child can achieve and thrive. And today I ask the House to once again reaffirm its support for this landmark legislation. Turning first to Lord's Amendment 102, on the circumstances in which the independent adjudicator can specify a lower published admission number following an upheld objection. In this age of declining rolls, it's important that these powers exist to ensure that every child has the opportunity to have a great school place. But the government has been clear throughout this process that school quality and parental choice must be at the heart of PAN decisions. As committed to by my noble friend, Lady Smith, in the other place, we have tabled amendments in lieu reflecting this. These amendments place a requirement on the face of the bill for adjudicators to take account of school quality and parental preference before deciding a PAN following an upheld objection. They will also require the adjudicator, before making a decision to reduce a school's PAN, to consult key parties about alternatives to lowering the school's admissions number. Those parties are the Admissions Authority, the local authority, and the Secretary of State, which in practice means consulting the relevant DfE regional director. We're also taking a power to make clear we can require the adjudicator to consult additional parties in line with commitments in our policy paper. Through this bill, we will ensure a robust decision-making framework is in place to protect high-quality education and parental choice, and will continue to engage with stakeholders, including the Confederation of School Trusts, on this measure, including proposed changes to regulations and the School Admissions Code. Madam Deputy Speaker, now turning to Lord's Amendments 38V to 38X on children's access to social media. There is a clear consensus across this House on the need to protect children online. But our consultation goes further than these amendments, considering a wider set of options, including risks beyond social media, such as gaming and AI chatbots. Honourable members should have no doubt that it is not a question of whether the government acts, but how the government acts to deliver strong and enduring protections for children online. And the House should also be clear that the government will act quickly.
Can I thank my honourable friend for giving way and for the government's work on this very important matter, which is much appreciated by many, many parents, in particular the work of looking ahead at what further measures might be taken to tackle online harms.
I thank him for his important intervention and for all of his work for his constituents in Reading Central. To underline this, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have committed to responding to the consultation by the summer, and we have made a legislative commitment to report to Parliament within 6 months. I'll give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way. She's been very generous with the time, as always. And I declare an interest as a member of the Select Committee, and I hope I don't steal the thunder of the Chair of the Select Committee who's sitting next to me. But yesterday we did receive evidence both from representatives of social media. It was hugely disappointing that one social media company didn't provide representation, which we're all very disappointed by, and also by academics. Would she agree with me that whatever the government decides when it comes to social media, whether it's restricted or banned, or there is a age restriction placed on it, that's hugely important that young people learn about the dangers of social media, and that's something that we must ensure comes into the expanded school curriculum that's discussed in the White Paper?
I do agree with him. I thank him for his work, and I do agree with him. This is a really important point. It is a part of our revised national curriculum and also our RSHE curriculum. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am grateful for the engagement of peers and members across the House on this vital topic. And as a result, we have made a number of other changes which do strengthen our position, including clarifying that this power can only be exercised to protect children from online harm, and that we will share draft regulations with select committees and opposition spokespeople. I welcome the constructive engagement from Lord Nash and from the party opposite as we come to a solution on our small areas of difference, and I can give the House assurance that we intend to return to these matters on Monday in the other place and put beyond doubt the government's plans to act and to do so swiftly. Moving now to Lord's Amendment 106 on our shared objective of banning phones in schools. I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
Grateful. It does seem to me, Madam Deputy Speaker, as though the government is just kicking the can down the road. We have an opportunity in the legislation before us, and particularly in Lord Nash's amendment, to limit the use of social media outlets to those over 16, which we're not being allowed to vote on, as I understand it. And we also have the opportunity to tighten very seriously the regulations relating to the use of mobile phones in schools. But again, there's a loophole. Why are we being so wishy-washy about it?
I thank him for his intervention. I do, Madam Deputy Speaker, reject the characterisation that we're kicking this can down the road. In fact, we are having a wide-ranging consultation, much wider than the amendments before us, that enables us to act swiftly and decisively, and we will guarantee that we will protect our children from harm. Moving on now to Lord's Amendment 106 on our shared objective on banning, I'm going to make progress, of banning phones in schools. As the House knows, at the start of this year, this government took decisive action to ban phones in schools. We strengthened the party opposite's weak guidance, including making it clear, and if I may quote directly from the guidance, making it clear that we expect schools to implement policies whereby pupils do not have access to their mobile phone throughout the school day, including during lessons, the time between lessons, break time and lunchtime. Madam Deputy Speaker, we wrote to every head teacher in the country to make it clear that the government has their back to ban phones in schools. We asked Ofsted, Madam Deputy Speaker, to enforce the ban, which they started doing this month. And we have rolled out a targeted programme of support to ensure any struggling school gets the help it needs so that this ban is fully in place. As the government has consistently said, I'll finish this section then I'll give way. As the government has consistently said, Madam Deputy Speaker, and as sector leaders have repeated, this is a challenge of enforcement. And I genuinely believe that the package of measures that we have already put in place will ensure effective bans of phones in schools. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have the greatest of respect for colleagues across the House who have argued that placing this guidance on a statutory footing could support enforcement. And we have made that amendment today. And I am thrilled to see that the Shadow Secretary of State has indicated her support for this position. Madam Deputy Speaker, the bill before us today contains vital measures to keep our children safe on and offline. These are measures which are desperately needed. Yet this bill has been languishing for 15 months. The time has come, Madam Deputy Speaker, to stop playing political games and get this bill on the statute book.
The question is that this House insists on its Amendment 38J and disagrees with the Lords in their Amendments 38V to 38X. I call Shadow Secretary of State Laura Tross.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I want to start today with good news. After a year of resisting, insisting that a statutory ban on smartphones in schools was, to quote the Prime Minister, unnecessary. And the government has finally given in. And we've got what we've been asking for, a statutory ban on smartphones in schools. Because however much ministers have told me over and over again that there isn't a problem. They said that the vast majority of schools have a phone ban, that the phone ban was, to quote the Education Secretary, a headline-grabbing gimmick. And at one stage, I was told by an Education Minister, at Education Questions no less, that I needed something better to go on than a smartphone ban in schools. But we've kept fighting. Because I know, and my party knows, that there is a problem, that the Department of Education's own evidence says that phones are still disrupting almost half of GCSE classes every day. We know that children are still seeing porn at school, on their friends' smartphones, and it is affecting behaviour. We've tried guidance to fix the problem, but it hasn't worked. There is a phones crisis in schools that only making the guidance statutory could possibly fix. After various contortions from the front bench, I'm glad that they have finally listened. In the face of a government that until recently refused to accept that there is a problem, I pay tribute to the incredible campaigners, Safer Screens, Mumsnet, Parentkind, Will or Ewing, Generation Focus, Health Professionals for Safer Screens, Phone-Free Education and Smartphone-Free Childhood. Their relentless focus and pressure has helped give voice to the frustrated teachers, parents and students who were desperate for change, change that we have now delivered on the face of this bill. But while this is good news today, I want the government to make one thing crystal clear, that a not seen, not heard policy is not allowed under these rules. Because the statistic that ministers constantly give, that 80% of schools already have a smartphone ban, includes schools that have a not seen, not heard policy. These policies don't work. Children still use their phones, they're allowed them in their bags, they still go to the loos and message their friends, they're still exposed to nasty content on phones in the school day. The real number of schools with a full smartphone ban, where phones are not allowed to be with children at all during the school day, is only 11%, according to Policy Exchange. It is vital that the Minister is explicit that a not seen, not heard policy, where children are free to carry their phones in their bags during the school day, as long as they're silent, is prohibited under the guidance. The education... Oh, with pleasure.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. I was intending to speak, but I'm afraid I have to leave by 4 o'clock, so I wouldn't be able to be in for the wind-ups. So may I ask my right honourable friend, isn't this the crux of the matter? That it's all very well saying we are now accepting what we've been pushing for, that there will be a ban in schools, but it's simply not good enough to say, and therefore it is the responsibility of the pupil to not do it. Young people are influenced very easily, and they may well come under peer pressure to keep their phones and communicate with them, as my right honourable friend has communicated. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, may I ask my right honourable friend to push the government to say, what are they actually going to support schools with, what the Honourable Lady said, to ensure this ban can be effective?
My right honourable friend, as ever, is absolutely right, and that's why we need that explicit commitment from the Minister today. I'll be delighted if she's able to do that. That is fantastic, and if there is agreement across the House, I think everybody will be very relieved, because we've gone through the government guidance, and whilst you could read that from the government guidance, I think it is important that it's explicit for head teachers, because the Education Minister in the other place could not give this categorical assurance, and I hope the Education Minister in the other place could not give the categorical assurance. So it's very important that the Minister does so today, and I'm sure that she will. Because what we have shown is that on this side of the House, we can come together in the best interest of children, we can force change, and we can make a difference. With pleasure.
I'm grateful for her giving way. I'm just wondering if, given how important the party opposite are stating this ban is, why they didn't do it in the 14 years that they had in government.
So, I mean, the honourable gentleman will know that actually we put guidance in place, but we've been very explicit that that was not effective and that we needed to put it on statute, and that is why we've been fighting for it the whole way through. Turning now to the government amendment on pupil admission numbers. I am grateful that progress has been made in recognising the importance of school quality and parental involvement in decision-making. This is a victory to protect school standards in the face of an onslaught against them in this bill. Parental preference and choice are fundamental to healthy competition and higher school standards, and we welcome the belated acknowledgement of this by the government. It is the right thing for parents who will be dumbfounded at the idea that the local authority could unilaterally cut the places at a high-quality, oversubscribed school at the end of the road, and that was exactly what was originally suggested in this bill. I should point out here that the government amendment is not perfect. It will still allow good school places to be cut, as the adjudicator is only required to take into account the quality of education provided at the school in question and parental preference. This does not mean, Madam Deputy Speaker, that school places are protected as they should be, but given the government has moved and taken into account some concerns, we will not vote against this today. But I would appreciate the Minister at the dispatch box reassuring parents that as the Secretary of State will be consulted on these decisions, successful academies will not be penalised by local authorities merely by dint of not being run by them. Madam Deputy Speaker, I now turn to the issue of social media. Of course.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend, and indeed in my constituency we have the Gorse Academy Trust, who had a very firm policy, Madam Deputy Speaker, on the use of phones. And indeed, there was a security incident last year which put that school under threat, but no pupil knew that that was happening because of their firm policies. So does my right honourable friend agree with me that there are academies and institutions that the government should consult with to understand exactly how they are enforcing a very strict policy?
I think that's absolutely right. And enforcing a very strict policy is what now needs to happen off the back of this new statutory guidance. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me now turn to the issue of social media and the government's approach. One of the biggest safeguarding challenges facing children today is social media. If we are serious about protecting children from the extreme and violent content that they encounter every day online, then the government should do what the Prime Minister says he wants to do and protect children online and vote for change tonight. Parents are watching and they will not forgive the continued delay. Madam Deputy Speaker, twice already, Labour MPs have voted against a ban. Parents will be forgiven for not only feeling deeply let down, but being quite frankly baffled by what is going on. They've heard the Prime Minister promise action, yet once again, he's preparing to lead his party through the lobbies to vote against it. If the government truly wanted change, they could deliver it today. Instead, they've chosen to vote against a ban for a third time. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
I do thank you for giving way, and I know this is an important subject there personally. But Labour MPs haven't voted against the ban. They've voted for a consultation. They've voted to listen to parents, voted to listen to young people, voted to listen to charities, and also learn lessons from what's happening in places like Australia and now Greece. Surely, basing this policy on evidence is the right thing to do.
I respect the honourable gentleman, but he will know that the consultation that the government has put out is not on how to implement a social media ban, it's whether to do one at all. Exactly. That is not good enough. It also says within the consultation that TikTok is good for children because they can post dance videos. I do not believe that it's taking it seriously. I do not believe it commits to fair action, and that is why Labour MPs who care about this should vote with us today. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Grateful to the right honourable lady for giving way. Does she not recognise that action and a ban are not necessarily going to be the same thing? This is a really nuanced policy area, and quite recently there was a huge online joint letter published by the NSPCC, the Molly Rose Foundation, the Internet Watch Foundation and many others, arguing that although, as we all agree, serious action is needed to tackle addictive features, safeguarding problems, violent content online, as she is saying, a blanket ban does have significant drawbacks, and so it's right that we really look at the evidence, consult nationally and get this right.
There is a huge coalition of charities who are backing a ban, and we have tried to police content online and it hasn't worked. But what we know is that policing age will work and it will make a difference, and this is urgent. There is not time for delay. Real harm is happening. Children are dying. We must act. A ban is the most effective way to do that. I will give way to the honourable gentleman. Right.
I'm most grateful to my right honourable friend. Let me try again the question that I put to the honourable lady on the government front bench. We have the opportunity today to carry a motion tabled in the other House that would introduce the ban. The can is being kicked down the road. This is not about consultation indefinitely. The question on the consultation paper is not how do we do this, but shall we do it? That is not necessary. Am I right?
My right honourable friend is absolutely right. Action this day. That is what required, and that is what we are pushing for. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm really grateful for giving way. She's been generous for her time. I would ask her the same question of the question that I posed earlier. If it was so important, why did they not get round to doing this when they were in government for 14 years?
So the rise of social media really kind of came about in a very serious way in 2015-2016 with the rise of front-facing cameras. We took it through the Online Safety Act, which is a huge act in terms of pushing forward the safety of children. But I would say to him that it has not been effective in terms of policing content. It has not been enough. We need to go further. We now need a social media ban for children. I say once more, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will not give up this fight until the government tells this House what they are going to do and by when. I hope this comes tonight. The Minister indicates that it may come later in the other place. But I won't give up, and neither will the thousands of people who have joined the brilliant Raise the Age campaign, which has been so powerfully speaking for frustrated parents across the country. Of course.
I thank the Shadow Minister for giving way, and she's absolutely right. I think all of our inboxes across the House have been filled of parents who feel so passionately that they need the help to be able to control their children's use online. They need to have the government step in to say, you're actually not allowed those apps. Because as parents, and I'm a parent myself with young children, you cannot be over their shoulder all of the time watching what they are seeing online. But what we know is that what they are being given by the algorithm is so unsafe, it's so damaging, it's harmful, and they deserve to be protected from that by this government.
The Honourable Lady is absolutely right, and I think it speaks to the point that our two parties have been able to come together in the interest of children. It is just the party opposite who is standing in the way. And I know there are members opposite who agree with us, frankly, and want the government to stop promising action and actually start taking some action. Given the events of this week, I suspect many members of the benches opposite don't even trust a word that their own government says. It is absurd that the government continually promise urgent action, yet all they've laid is an amendment which doesn't commit to any action at all and gives it in an unspecified timeframe. This is not good enough. In a terrible week from the government, on this side of the House, we've proved politicians can make change by coming together in the interest of children to ban smartphones. We can do the same on social media. The Prime Minister has already made his backbenchers defend the indefensible this week. I urge Labour MPs not to let him do the same to them again this evening and vote for change tonight. We owe it to the generation of children being exposed to extreme and violent content every single day. Madam Deputy Speaker, childhood is short, and children are being influenced and impacted by what they are being exposed to right now. Damage is being done now, and months and even years of delay is a childhood lost for some. Because once that content is seen, it cannot be unseen. Once those pressures take hold, they cannot simply be reversed, and the consequences can last a lifetime. So this is not about action at some point in the future. It's about whether we act while there is still time to protect children who are growing up today, not years from now. Childhood is short, Madam Deputy Speaker. We cannot give it back to them later, so we must protect it now.
I'm surprised not to see Mr Adam Jurgi on his feet, considering the level of chuntering he's been doing from a seated position. You don't wish to contribute formally? Unfortunate. Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like, first of all, to welcome the Government's decision to introduce a statutory ban on mobile phones in schools. I appreciate that the guidance previously proposed was clear and that schools must take account of government guidance. But where an issue is unequivocal, and in this case I think the need for mobile phones to be absent from schools unless there is a clear need for an exception is unequivocal. Putting the matter into legislation is the most straightforward way to ensure compliance, and it provides clarity for the public. I want, however, to ask the Minister what approach she will take to the guidance accompanying this ban, particularly with regard to exceptions. There will be children who still need to have a phone in school for a whole variety of different reasons, because they are young carers, for example, or because they rely on phone-enabled software to support with a particular disability or special educational need. In the Education Select Committee yesterday, one of our witnesses made an important point about the implementation of a ban with regard to exceptions, and that is about the need for care to be taken over how the wider issues in the classroom are managed for children who have an exceptional need for a phone, such as who gets to use the phone, what apps are allowed to be on the phone, and how children are kept safe from bullying in this context.
I thank the Chair of the Select Committee, and a local high school in my constituency, Chichester High School, have introduced Yonder pouches, and I imagine there are many pouches similar where the children can take the phones to the school, but then they have to put them in these lockable pouches. They don't have access to them throughout the day, and they can unlock them when they're leaving the school. Does she agree with me that that's potentially a solution, especially for those children who need them for health needs, or for other children that use their devices to make sure that they can be in school?
I thank the member for her intervention, and I agree with her that and indeed I agree with the opposition frontbencher that I think the ban must be on the basis that that phones are not in bags during the school days, but are absent from the children while they're at school. The point I was making really was about children who have a need to have their phone with them, and there will be some exceptions, and how that is worked through in the guidance is important for protecting those children from the pressures that might come with being the only child in a classroom who is able to have access to their phone. I think the question of drawing up a list of exceptions is more straightforward than the question of how those exceptions are managed in a classroom environment, and I hope the Minister can provide some assurance on that point. Turning to Lord's Amendment 38, yesterday, in the first of 2 evidence sessions on screen time and social media, which are designed to enable the Select Committee to contribute to the Government's consultation, we heard from 3 companies, TikTok, Meta and Roblox. Next week, we will hear from Snapchat, who withdrew from the session yesterday at very short notice, much to our disappointment. We also heard from academics undertaking research in this area. It was absolutely clear from the evidence the 3 companies gave us that we cannot continue to rely on those companies whose platforms are causing the problem to regulate themselves out of it. I think parents and carers across the country would have been incredulous yesterday listening to our evidence session. We heard Meta say that they did not believe that their apps were in any way addictive when they have just lost a court case in the US on this precise point. We listened to TikTok saying that they were horrified that children were coming to harm on their site, as if this was a rare exception when a police investigation found that this harm is widespread. We heard from Roblox, who expressed their confidence that exploitation cannot happen on their site, when an independent expert recently said that the risks of children coming to harm on Roblox were so high that children should never be left unattended while using it.
Will my honourable friend give way? I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and that's some really shocking evidence that she just cited that I'll be sure to listen to later. On her comments around Meta there and them not believing that their platforms are addictive, does she agree with me that actually this is a broader problem than just children? Lots of adults also have these issues in terms of social media addiction, and therefore a social media ban wouldn't necessarily solve that, and we need to look at broader solutions.
I thank my honourable friend.
Whoever gets to her feet, we have to conclude at 4:16, and I need to get 5 or 6 members in to contribute, so hopefully she'll be coming to a conclusion soonish.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. I think that one of the reasons for the incredulity listening to the evidence yesterday was precisely because so many of us recognise that addictive nature of social media. It felt, frankly, the discussion yesterday, like a discussion about tobacco might have felt in the 1940s. The harm is so evident as to be undeniable, but the companies responsible for it continue to argue that they are minimal or non-existent and that anything in moderation is fine. The need for urgent action, I won't take any further interventions because of the time, if that's okay. The need for urgent action to take children off social media in their crucial formative years is absolutely clear. So I welcome the Government's consultation and the measures in the bill to enable a ban and other regulatory measures to be introduced via a statutory instrument with no need for further primary legislation. In our evidence session yesterday, we also heard from academics about some of the complexity that must be considered if we are to get a ban and any further regulatory measures right. For example, we questioned Roblox, who are not a social media company because the primary activity on their platform is gaming. Roblox appeals to very young children. On Roblox, children can contact each other via a trusted friends feature. They can create content, and we have heard examples of some very disturbing content. They can be absorbed on their screens for hours at a time. And we know that there have been examples of children being groomed and contacted by people who want to do them harm. Roblox is not included in the Australian ban because it is not a social media site, but it seems to me that there should be at least some consideration of the extent to which social media harms also extend to some gaming platforms and how children can be protected from this. We heard from one of our witnesses a question about whether, in the UK context, 16 is the right age threshold for a ban. Australian young people don't have major exams at 16, and there is a consideration about whether the exact time that our young people are preparing for their GCSEs is the right time to be diving into social media for the first time, or whether a slightly younger or slightly older threshold would be better. Next week, we will hear from parents and parent-led organisations, including the Molly Rose Foundation and Esther Jai, the mother of Brianna Jai. It is important to note that these stakeholders have different views, and we will explore their disagreement and common ground through our questioning. When, not if, we regulate to remove the pernicious influence of social media from children's lives, it is vital that our regulation is effective, and I am frustrated at the lack of acknowledgement about that complexity of the debate and the importance of not only acting but getting it right from the members opposite. I want finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, to ask the Minister if she will set out a clear timescale for regulation under statutory instruments so that parents can be assured that there is an end stop on the debate on this issue and the action, the right action, the effective action that we need to keep our children safe is coming.
To enable all backbenchers to get in, they'll be on a speaking limit of 3 minutes. And now I'll come to the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Munira Wilson, who's kindly said that she'll speak for fewer than 5 minutes. Munira Wilson.
I'll try my best. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Look, every family has the ambition to send their child to the best school, preferably close by. So we welcome the government's moves to strengthen the duty of the school's adjudicator to take account of quality of educational provision and parental preference in an area before changing a school's pupil admission numbers, as well as a duty to consult. We do still remain concerned about how this will work in practice and conflicts of interest. And ultimately, if a high-performing popular school has space to expand and there is a demand for places, ideology should not get in the way of doing so. Now, I'd like to welcome the government's decision to finally ban access to mobile phones during the school days by putting existing guidance on a statutory footing. I joined the Shadow Secretary of State in paying tribute to all the campaign groups and also to my honourable friend, the member for South Devon, for all her work on this issue. After more than a year of parents begging, teachers and pupils begging, this simple change will have a big impact. I'm just sorry that it didn't happen sooner and it was described repeatedly as a gimmick. Now, classrooms will be a step closer to a place of focus and learning, free from the addictive and demanding world of social media, but they do need the right equipment and procedures in place. So I hope with school budgets stretched to breaking point and some parents not being able to necessarily afford pouches, I urge the government to ensure that all schools have the necessary support to properly ensure every classroom can be smartphone free. Now, I welcome the reasonable adjustments alluded to in the guidance, but I would welcome clear assurance from the Minister at the dispatch box that for those pupils with medical needs or caring responsibilities, schools will be at liberty to make appropriate exemptions and accommodations which are not onerous or discriminatory towards individual children. Similarly, school leaders should have the freedom to ensure those children with SEND who may need assistive technology have appropriate access to a device. So I strongly endorse the comments from the Chair of the Select Committee on this issue of exceptions. I think providing clear advice to teachers and head teachers on a regular basis would be very helpful to alleviate those concerns. But while we can celebrate a big victory for smartphones in schools, the damaging impact of addictive social media and indeed addictive gaming and the impact of chatbots, it extends far beyond the school day. And we know that each day more cases of children are coming to serious harm because of social media, while big tech companies come to this place, as we've heard, and brazenly deny responsibility for the damage they're causing to the mental and physical health of our children and young people. Now, social media is encouraging insidious, brain-numbing behaviour in all of us, as the Honourable Gentleman has said, not just children, through its infinite scrolling features, frequent dopamine hits and addictive algorithms. And through its content, it endangers the people we're here to protect. Just last week, I spoke to a constituent of mine whose child cut themselves after seeing a video on YouTube Shorts that said it could help relieve stress. The longer we delay, the more we hear stories like this. So I urge the government to formally recognise in the legislation that it is both addictive design and harmful content that has created this toxic cocktail. Because if we can't accurately identify the problem, how can we tackle it? And I know that ministers on the benches opposite want to help our children, but we need them to do more. We've been debating this issue, Madam Deputy Speaker, for more than a year now, and the Children's Minister himself put forward his own bill on social media harms more than a year ago. The time is now, Madam Deputy Speaker, to gut addictive algorithms, ban social media giants from collecting our children's data, and make big tech responsible for the harmful content they are pushing on our children. So I urge them, in the strongest possible terms, to come forward with a concrete commitment to action and a swift timeline for implementation. I agree with the Minister's comments that we need to go broader than social media, to gaming, to chatbots. Some of that wider remit was actually acknowledged in a very positive amendment from the Baroness Kidron in the other place, which the government rejected. We Liberal Democrats have put forward broader, more nuanced amendments beyond just a blunt social media ban in the other place, but they've been repeatedly rejected. This is not about party politics, as some have suggested it is. We are all trying to come together towards the same aim, but we need a concrete commitment to a date in any amendments that are brought forward that the government will take action. We can't wait for a drawn-out consultation that asks if we should ban social media, not how, because our children who are affected every single day can't wait for action to be taken. Thank you, Madam.
Matt Trotter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be able to speak briefly this afternoon. I wanted to speak about this because we had a tragedy in my constituency in Reading where a young boy who was just 13 years old was stabbed and brutally murdered in a local park after a terrible series of incidents of online bullying. And this is a very serious matter, and I do appreciate the government's work on this and the consultation, which I think has enormous potential. I really just wanted to pay tribute to Ollie's mum and dad, who've been campaigning extremely hard on this matter, both to tackle the scourge of knife crime and social media and online harms. They've argued very powerfully for a ban at 16. However, I am very aware that there are contrary arguments, as the chair of the Select Committee mentioned earlier, and the Molly Rose Foundation, for example, and other campaigners take a different view. I do hope that these matters can be addressed fully in the consultation and that we can look in great detail into some of these challenges, because these are extremely difficult issues for our society and for parents. And certainly in my own life as a parent, I found it difficult to fully comprehend the level of risk that is out there. And I think we all face this challenge, that social media, gaming and other technologies move very, very quickly. So it is important that we look at gaming, a range of other matters as well. And I do look forward to the consultation exploring this fully and really looking in depth and hopefully answering the pleas from all the parents involved in the campaigners, because this is such a serious and important issue. And so I look forward to working with my honourable friend on this matter and with the government as a whole. On the matter of phones, I would like to wholeheartedly welcome the government's action on this, and it's important, I think, here to see this from a point of view both of parents, children and schools, that schools have to implement this. And I think quite rightly the Minister set out how today's amendment will give clarity to schools so that teachers will understand precisely what is meant, and they will give a greater sort of signposting to taking action on phones in schools, and as a result protect children. And I think that's hugely important. I very much welcome the government's work on this matter. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I do appreciate that other people want to get in and the time is limited.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I was very sorry to hear the story that the honourable member shared. I'd like to speak about a different aspect of the bill, which is schools and admissions. Good schools and the good teachers who run them are exceptionally precious. At its best, a good school truly can transform the lives of its pupils by fostering their natural talents, by helping equip them to tackle challenges, and by expanding their intellectual horizons. When good schools are working well, they should be able to grow, so that more parents can choose to send their children to a school where their talents can be cultivated and their interests encouraged. This is a simple principle, and one that members across the House, indeed everyone everywhere, should be able to agree to. A good education should not only be the preserve of those children who have parents who can afford to pay for one. Enabling more pupils to attend the best schools in the state sector means that kind of education can be offered to more and more children. Yet, as my right honourable friend, the member for Sevenoaks, has set out, the powers that this bill would create on pupil admissions would achieve precisely the opposite. They allow the government and regulators to limit the growth of good schools, or even force them to shrink, in order to make sure that schools which are performing less well can stay open. The most generous interpretation of this government's intentions would be that this change is being made in the name of bureaucratic convenience. As the number of pupils entering the school system falls, it is true that local authorities will need to make decisions about which schools remain open and where. The government minister responsible for defending this legislation in the other place said that these proposals are, quote, very much a function of the time in terms of demography that we find ourselves in. Yet even if this were the case, it would be completely absurd to tackle this problem by limiting the growth of good schools in order to make life easier for bureaucrats in local government and for head teachers at schools which are not performing well. Surely, wherever possible, we should be enabling the growth of good schools so that they have the capacity to take on more pupils if and when schools which are performing less well need to reduce their numbers. If those are the decisions parents make, if that is what they believe is best for their children, who are local bureaucrats to tell them otherwise? In practice, limiting the growth of good schools will keep more children trapped in failing schools for longer, deny them the opportunity to flourish, and deprive them of the firm foundations for life that a good education can provide. Even if this were being done in the name of bureaucratic convenience, it would be grotesque. But I fear the reality may be even worse. Since this government came to power, we have repeatedly seen the Department for Education take steps which undermine the progress made by the last government in this area, including by making it harder to turn failing schools into academies. Time and time again, we have seen this government put their ideological instincts ahead of what works in practice. But whether these proposals are motivated by ideology or convenience, the result will be the same. Fewer children able to attend good schools, depriving them of the strongest start in life.
Alison Griffiths.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The House of Lords identified clear gaps, proposed practical solutions and sent those improvements back to us. The Lords Act put in place clear safeguards and the government responds by stripping them out and pressing ahead regardless. Take Lords Amendment 38. The Lords were clear. They required action to protect children from harm online, including stronger age assurance and a clear expectation of progress within 12 months. The government has chosen to strip that out and replace it with a broad power and to make regulations at some future point. If the government agrees that there is a problem, and the ministers clearly do, why remove the mechanism that would ensure that something is actually done about it? Similarly, Lord's Amendment 102 was straightforward. It said that high-performing schools that are delivering good outcomes and are in demand from parents should not have their admission numbers reduced unless that decision is necessary and proportionate. The government has rejected that safeguard. Instead, it offers softer language, asking the adjudicator to have regard to certain factors. But have regard is not a protection. It does not guarantee that parental preference will carry any weight. And so I ask the Minister directly, why remove a clear safeguard for high-performing schools and replace it with something that offers far less certainty? Why take out measures that provide clarity, certainty and protection and replace them with looser powers and softer language? Once again, we see the same approach. Sensible safeguards put forward and then swept aside by this government. And that is why I cannot support the government's position at this stage and why I urge ministers to think again.
Sir Roger Gale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have a very personal interest in this. I have 5 grandchildren, ranging from 15 down to 9, and another 5 Ukrainian children in roughly the same age group. I want to see all of those young people protected. I understand only too well, Madam Deputy Speaker, peer pressure. I understand that if one child has a smartphone, then every child has to have a smartphone or they feel left out. But I also know from all the surveys that have been carried out that the overwhelming majority of those young people are crying out for guidelines and for the ban that will make them all feel the same and not feel excluded. Today in this House of Commons we have the opportunity, we have a vehicle that is available to us to, as my right honourable friend said, action this day. Not in 3 months' time or 6 months' time or 2 years' time. If we don't take this opportunity, a generation of young people will suffer and we will be responsible. There is no need for that to happen. I understand the definition, geriatric though I may be, between a smartphone and a brick phone. It is perfectly possible for any child that has to have one to have a brick phone at very modest cost to communicate where necessary because of caring issues or other matters that are quite clearly medically essential. That is not a problem. We're not talking about brick phones, we're talking about smartphones. Yes.
I thank the Right Honourable Member for giving way, and I hesitate to intervene, but I think he perhaps hasn't understood the nature, for example, of children who have a modern hearing aid, where it is an application on a smartphone which cannot be put onto a brick phone that would necessitate the need for a smartphone in the classroom.
I do understand what the Honourable Lady is saying. Those cases are very few and far between, and there can always be exceptions where they're medically necessary. I don't believe that that's a problem. What I'm saying to the front bench today is we have an opportunity today to legislate. Do not prevaricate, do it.
Patience is a virtue. We've made up time, so the final speaker gets 5 minutes. Damien Hind.
Look, it's been a pleasure it is a pleasure to have heard those last few speeches with some very, very important points made. But even at 5 minutes, time is still short for me, and I'm just going to speak very briefly about a couple of aspects around social media and mobile phones. And look, on social media, let's get on with it. We've had this back from the Lords back now multiple times. We can do this. There is a really glaring logical flaw at the heart of the government's argument why we should not. And we've heard it actually from a bunch of Labour MPs as well today. And that is, well, we can't do this one thing because there are some other things we could do as well. That just doesn't hold water. All those other things around gaming, around other types of application, around chatbots, around addictive features and so on, those can all be additive to having a ban for children under the age of 16. And they would still, by the way, be very relevant to child safety. Because I remind the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, that our duty to children extends to the age of 18, as per the Children's Act and indeed our commitment to the United Nations. So all those things can be additive. There are things to resolve about a ban, exactly where the lines should be drawn, exactly what is in and what is out. And yes, of course, the government has to consult about those things. It does not need to consult further about the principle of whether or not this country, this House of Commons, wants to have a ban on young people under the age of 16 accessing social media, as so many other countries are coming to that conclusion as well. I turn now, Madam Deputy Speaker, to mobile phones. And throughout this process of this bill, I've always found it the most remarkable contrast. The government says it wasn't going to do for so long, wasn't going to do a ban on phones in schools, because that should be, there should be some discretion for the head teacher, but it is going to tell them precisely how many items of school uniform they're allowed to specify. And if they're in secondary school, that could include a tie, but if they're in primary school, for some bizarre reason, it could not. I am pleased that the government has partly seen the light. The minister, who we all like and respect, said last week that the problem had already been solved. So presumably now it's been resolved as they've come back to it again. But I have to tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, that is not what children say. It's not what children say both to us informally as MPs or indeed when they're answering surveys about the actual use of mobile phones in schools and how often the lesson will get interrupted, or teachers being filmed, or indeed bullying and stuff happening at break times and lunch times. And we need to act. Of course, there can be exceptions by individual for assistive and adaptive technologies and for young carers and other reasons. But the one exception we must not have is on the type of ban. So this critical question is this thing about not seen, not heard. Every school in the country pretty much at least has that already. But I'm afraid it is not effective as a ban, because if you've got this thing in your pocket or in your bag, which is just at your foot, it is still there and you feel its presence. If it vibrates, you might actually feel it physically. But even if you don't feel it physically, you feel that compulsion towards it. And the only way to make a school truly free of the scourge of mobile phones is to have them away from the child. So the not seen, not heard approach does not work. Now, the main argument for saying, well, you have to allow a not seen, not heard, the main argument for that is cost. And I do understand that. And pouches, which a couple of colleagues have mentioned, they do have a cost. You don't have to do pouches. There are other ways of doing it. I've mentioned the Petersfield School in my constituency who have done their phones away from children banned by the simple device of the kind of plastic box that can be purchased in most large format Swedish retailers. And then that itself is then locked away in a cupboard, along with a number of other boxes at the end of the day. The biggest cost has been the foam inserts with the, the numbered slots where each individual child puts their phone, but the sum total is done at very reasonable cost. I did want to answer this chapo. I'm sorry, I don't know his constituency. He's not, and he's no longer with us, so to speak. But he asked, why hadn't we done this when we were in government? Perfectly reasonable question. I'll tell you two things. There's two reasons why it comes back to this. The first is the issue has become more acute, and the second is the attitude of head teachers. So that has changed more from head teachers and their representative bodies, saying the best way for you to support me in this school is not to impose a national ban, to them saying the exact opposite, which is the best way to support schools, to support head teachers, is to have this written into law. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, on those 2 points, I think I would try Madam Deputy Speaker's patience. On those 2 points, today is the day that we can have action.
We now come to the Minister, Minister Olivia Bailey.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to all colleagues for the contributions made in this debate this afternoon, which I've found very engaging. I'll try and, in the few minutes I have, to respond to some of the key points that were made, starting with my honourable friend, the member for Dulwich and West Norwood, who asked some really important questions in her speech, and in particular on the question of medical and other exemptions. And I would, this is a question also the member for Twickenham asked me, I would draw members' attention to the guidance which is available, which is very clear that schools are able to use their judgment to make exemptions where appropriate in medical situations or others, and that I think is the right and proportionate thing to do, and I'm of course happy to keep the application of this policy under review, and this is obviously a great strength of the nature of statutory guidance that we can obviously keep this under review. I also would like to say that I agree with her frustration about the unwillingness of those in the party opposite to engage with the nuance and variety of the debate as in the way that we are doing on social media, because it is correct to say that we are properly and rightly looking at a range of options, and we must do so properly in order to act in the decisive way we are determined to do to keep our children safe online. The Honourable Member for Twickenham also asked me for a clear declaration that we will act, and I feel I gave that in my opening speech this afternoon, but I will just repeat, our consultation is broader than the amendments that are before us today. It enables us to act on a wider range of harms, and I have been extremely clear, and we will continue to discuss this point, I am sure, but I have been extremely clear that the government will act, and we will act swiftly. I'm going to make progress, I do apologise. I'm happy to discuss with the Honourable Lady at any time. My friend, the Honourable Member for Reading Central, rightly pays tribute to Ollie's mum and dad, and I've had the huge privilege of meeting Ollie's mum myself. What they have endured, no parent should have to endure, and their huge courage in campaigning in their son's memory is truly admirable. There were several contributions on the proposals on pupil admissions, number from the Weald of Kent and member for Bognor Regis and Littlehampton. And I would just like to be really clear, we want to see good schools expand. We want a great education for every child. But we have to be realistic. In the age of falling roles, it is possible that this power may be needed to protect that principle of a great education for every child. And we have been very clear with the safeguards that we have put in place in our amendments to this legislation that parental choice and the quality of the school will be paramount in this decision making. My friends, the Honourable Members for Herne Bay and Sandwich and East Hampshire discuss the discuss the question of phones in schools. I also like the Honourable Member for East Hampshire, but I would just gently point out to him, Madam Deputy Speaker, that our guidance was published a few months ago, that Ofsted have started inspecting it this month, and I would just urge him patience on the implementation of the action that we have already taken, and ask him to consider that we have already taken that decisive action on phones in schools. The Right Honourable Member for Sevenoaks, in her speech, I was grateful for the tone on many fronts in her speech, in particular the support on our measures on phones in schools. And I would just like to repeat what I said in my opening speech in response to her direct question, that the guidance that we will now make statutory explicitly says the Department for Education expects schools to implement a policy whereby pupils do not have access to their mobile phone throughout the school day, including during lessons, the time between lessons, breaks and lunchtime. I do not think we could be clearer about our intent for this legislation, and it is right, as the member for East Hampshire has set out, that different schools are implementing this ban in different ways, whether that's a plastic tray in the classroom, whether that's a pouch or whatever it may be. And we are very clear on this point.
I really appreciate the Minister engaging with this issue. Some people could interpret it, some schools could interpret not having access as not allowing children to touch it during the school day, but they can have it in their bag. Can she be very clear today that that is not allowed under this guidance?
I can be extremely clear with that, as I have just been. We are categorically crystal clear that there is no access to phones at any point during the school day. The guidance says that. We have removed from the guidance which we have published any reference to any kind of not seen, not heard policy in the case studies. We are completely clear, no access to phone at any point during the school day. It is not for me to determine how a head teacher enforces their discipline and behaviour policies in their school, and this ultimately is a question of enforcement. I also would like to gently point out to the Right Honourable Member that we did have to act to fix the party opposite's weak guidance, and I further ask that she reflects on the fact that phones and social media were not invented in July 2024, and her party had 14 long years to take the decisive action that we have now taken. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do hope that the time for party political games on this legislation is over. 15 months is too long to wait for the vital safeguarding measures that we need in this bill to become law. There is agreement across this House that phones have no place in schools, and there is agreement that we must act to keep children safe online. The government is doing both, and I urge all honourable and right honourable members to vote with us today.
The question is that this House insists on its Amendment 38J and disagrees with the Lords in their amendments 38V to 38X. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the country, no. No. Clear the lobby. Colleagues should continue their conversations outside the chamber and should be seated as I am on my feet. The question is, as on the order papers, many in that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the country, no. No. Tell us for the ayes are Stephen Morgan and Deirdre Castigan. Tell us for the noes are Katie Lamb and Rebecca Hall. Well done. order.
The ayes to right, 260. The noes to left, 161.
Very close.
The ayes to right, 260. The noes to left, 161. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. Order, order. I must now put the question necessary to bring to a conclusion proceedings on the Lord's messages. We now come to the motion to insist on disagreement with Lord's Amendment 102, not insist on Amendments 102C to 102G, and propose Amendments A to D in lieu. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Formally.
The question is, this House insists on its disagreement with the Lord's Amendment 102, but does not insist on its amendments to 102C to 102G, and proposes Amendments A to D in lieu. As many that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to the motion to insist on disagreement with the Lord's Amendment 106, not insist on Amendments 106C to 106E, and propose Amendments A to C in lieu. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is that this House insists on its disagreement with the Lord's Amendment 106, but does not insist on its amendments 106C to 106E, and proposes amendments A to C in lieu. As many that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Minister to move that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons.
I beg to move that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing to their amendments 38V, 38W and 38X to Commons Amendment 38J. That Olivia Bailey, J. Fertilizer, Jacob Collier, Emma Foodie, Oliver Ryan, Laura Trott and Clive Jones be members of the committee, that Olivia Bailey be the chair of the committee, that 3 be the quorum of the committee, and that the committee do withdraw immediately.
The question is that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing in their amendments 38V to 38X. That Olivia Bailey, Jade Bottraw, Jacob Collier, Emma Foodie, Clive Jones, Oliver Ryan and Laura Trott be members of the committee, that Olivia Bailey be the chair of the committee, that 3 be the quorum of the committee, that the committee do withdraw immediately. As many in their opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. That concludes consideration of the Lord's message on the Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill. The front bench want to quickly shuffle over, they should do so now. Number 4 on business of the House today. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many in their opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Order, order. I now suspend the House in accordance with the motion we have just agreed. I'll arrange for the division bells to ring shortly before the sitting resumes. Order, order. Sitting suspended.